is dull. It's nothing but one big lull. Then presto, you do a skull and find that you're reeling. She sighs and you're feeling like a toy on a string. And your heart goes ring-a-ding-ding, ring-a-ding-ding, ring-a-ding-ding. How could that funny face that seemed to be commonplace project you right into space without any warning? Don't know if it's morning, nighttime, winter, or spring. What's the difference? Ring-a-ding-ding, ring-a-ding-ding, ring-a-ding-ding. She takes your hand, this captivating creature, and like it's planned, you're in the phone book looking for the nearest preacher. Life is swell, you're off to that small hotel, and somewhere a village bell will sound in the steeple, announcing to people, love's the loveliest thing, and the bell goes ring-a-ding-ding, ring-a-ding-ding, ring-a-ding-ding. She grabs your hand, this captivating creature, and like it's planned, you're in the phone book, hunting for the nearest preacher. Life is swell, you're off to that small hotel, and somewhere a village bell will sound in the steeple, announcing to people, love's the loveliest thing. And the bell goes ring-a-ding-ding, 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 ring-a-ding-ding.
What are you doing with the Daily Worker?
Your man must have left it here.
Your boyfriend reads the Daily Worker? What is he, a communist?
He reads everything, you know. That's very well read.
Maybe he's just very well read.
Whoa. The human confrontation. I've made a phobia. It makes my essence something. Someone takes me, take control. I may not far from rocking. I am the one alone. I may not far behind line. It made them turn away. I want to know why you watch out. I made them turn to cripple. Why you watch out. When I would know who will now backbite. Why time would let me die to control. Wrath. I feel nothing but lack of space. I've ripped my mind, but lack of space. I feel no one. Why you turn back. I may not live. My freedom can't contain, but tell me the pain I liberate. Riff hostility to anyone has made us so much hate. I made them turn for hate, but tell me the pain and suffering. I made them turn for hate, but tell me the pain and suffering. I
I guess.
Yeah, well, nothing wrong with that. Gotta make those big bucks.
Hello, hello, hello. Hope everyone's having a nice Thursday, doing well as usual. Hello, chat room. I'm back. Hope you had a nice Wednesday night. I'm back. I'm alive. Bog dog. I'm doing great. Hope you guys are doing great too. GG this stream. Thanks for the 30 months. I really appreciate it. Happy birthday, Ramola. It's not my birthday. My birthday is. It's in a month. It's. Hold on. It's basically 5 weeks away. She forgot her birthday, lol. Yeah, well, look, when you get a year older every year, you just forget it. It's just like, it's a part of life, you know? It's like a part of life. Like, yeah, whatever, I turned 30. Who cares? I'm 30 in like weeks, but not now. I found a gem. Read the link in stream chat from S7. All right, I'm gonna indulge you guys, and by this I mean I'm gonna indulge myself, and I'm gonna do the addict thing where instead of saying that I'm benefiting from it, I'll be like, well, it was a gift. Oh, it was a little gift. I don't have a problem. I didn't do this. Obama admitted. Obama admitted he's not good at games. Hasn't played his copy of Witcher yet. Dude, this reminds me. Do you remember when Matt Pat gave gave the gave the Pope Undertale or whatever? This is from the same time frame, isn't it? Obama gets The Witcher, the Pope gets Undertale. Shit, I don't know what I'm gonna give to my next politician. I don't know. Maybe I'll give Umineko and I'll say it's a big book for a big politician. TechnoBuffalo.com, 2014, June 5th. President Obama praises The Witcher 2 while on an official visit. Can you switch to the webcam, please? Yeah. All right. Hold on. I'm here. I need to move my bangs out of the way. In a respectable way, you know? Okay. Wait, I was like, where's Firefox? All right. Romola burped and the Pope died. That never happened. But if it did happen, uh, well, I am Protestant, so I can't be excommunicated. So, Um, sure, let me. I guess you quoted this. Okay. Do you remember when Obama was given a copy of Witcher 2 as a gift by the Prime Minister of Poland? He admitted he didn't even play his copy yet. Understandable for a busy man. And Witcher is a lengthy and deep RPG. He praised Poland and its people for their work on the game. Perhaps Tekken is easier to play in short bursts for him. Why did Tekken get sniped here? Is this related to did Obama say he likes Tekken? What does this have to do with anything? Or is it just is this like a sly way of saying is this a sly way of saying oh black people play Tekken? Which is it? If he admitted to playing it, then Republicans would call him a lazy president. Oh, I mean, of course. Of course. He is I mean, I don't even remember what was Obama doing towards the end. It was like I just remember drone strikes. That's literally it. I mean, he did do he he tried normalizing relations with Cuba. That was one. With Iran, that's two. Lots of drone strikes. Lots of drone strikes. Lots of drone strikes. Pussy 2. Pussy 2. Uh can we count the time when Kanye West does the tan suit? That's a good one. Can we count when Kanye West does the thing about like, oh, I know you got the best music video of all time or whatever, and then Obama says, "What an asshole." Does that count? Uh, Obama saying his favorite show is The Wire. I remember that. Uh, he killed a fly on TV one time. I don't remember that. Uh, in Pussy 2. Iran, Cuba, and Vietnam all had negotiations towards the end, then bombing ISIS in Syria. Oh yes, that's true. No, you're right. You're right. It's not even fuck. You're right. That just made me remember everything. Libya. We're forgetting Libya. We're forgetting about Arab Springs. We're forgetting about that era of stuff. Shit. I shouldn't have even brought this up. Wow, it's my favorite woke streamer who only plays woke games for woke gamers. Yeah, oh, well, I'm about to do that. I got a woke one today. The last time I was here, Donald gave me a gift. The video game developed here in Poland that's won fans all over the world over. The Witcher. I confess, I'm not very good at video games, but I've been told that is a great example of Poland's place in the new global economy. And it's a tribute to the talents and work ethic of the Polish people, as well as the wise stewardship of Polish leaders, like Prime Minister Tusk. Prime Minister Tusk. Let's go. Great example of Poland. What if Obama saw all the boobs and sex in Witcher 2? Heh. Sorry about the sneeze. Sorry. Um, remember that guy of that clip of the Canada guy who swallowed a bee on TV? You mean my the premier of Ontario? Is that what you're talking about? The premier of Ontario? Hold on, let's watch that again. I love this one. It never gets old.
Not coming from the government per se, but the premier. It's coming from the health sector. Holy Christ! What was that? I just swallowed a bee. Oh my! Holy Christ! I knew that little bugger. Oh. You okay? I'm good. He's down here buzzing around right now. He's a lot.
You know what's crazy? he that bee, you can see that shit floating over his lips and landing on it, and he doesn't even bat it away. It takes the bee breaking the barrier in order for him to react.
Government.
Look, that shit's right on there.
Per se.
Look. How did you not notice? That shit would have me jumping. Then I guess that's why it went into his mouth, huh? What is this? That does kind of sound like him.
The premier. It's coming from the health sector.
It does. He Minecrafted this shit. Oh my god. Woo! Hold on. My hair is still wet. It's bothering me. All right. What if Obama saw the boobs and sex in The Witcher? I can see Obama as a Mass Effect kind of man. No, the fuck you can't. Don't say that. Oh, I love that series. My fav space RPG. Obama would be a Paragon Shepherd, I bet. Happy face. Or, I don't know. Next 2 years are gone be sweet. He will veto every dumb piece of legislation that got passed over that will only benefit the rich and corporations. Pretty much what they did in 6 years. They allow anything that benefited people to pass. We need to find a game to get him addicted to. That way he spends his time gaming and gets his focus away from destroying the country, says Kilty McBagpipes with the John Wayne bio. I cannot believe there are actual Obama nut huggers after all this time he's been in office. This is January 24th, 2015. Life is though, but it's thother when you're stupid. I recommend he just focus on his job. He is so bad at it, he doesn't need to be playing games. This is making me remember like whenever you'd see like a politician play games, this is every response. Just focus on your job. You're bad enough, champ. It is mind-boggling, huh? The buck stops, arrow to the right over there. The unconstitutional two-party system is destroying the country, not Obama. The real power has and always will be in the many that sit in the House and Senate that have the power to form legislation, but have chosen well over the past decade to resort to grandstanding, infighting, and partisan politics, which benefit no one but their parties, their contributors, and their pockets. What game are we playing 30 minutes of? Just wait. We'll get there. I'm with you. Mass Effect or Shenmue should be President Obama's cup of tea. If Shenmue is too hard, then try TMNT 89 Arcade and Super Pac-Man. TMNT is for the simplistic of non-gamers. SP is easy mode gaming, where all you got to do is focus on retreating from the ghosts and apple bobbing. This guy's gotta be old as fuck. You're unironically recommending Super Pac-Man? LOL at sad Obama haters, says Ace and Junpei. Message deleted. Are you one of those people who don't understand politics, so you attribute everything to hate or skin color? Seems like it. Funny thing is, when Bush was president, you all blasted him as pro-rich. But under Obama, the rich have skyrocketed their wealth while the middle class have stagnated. Hypocrites. His name is the arcade. That doesn't mean anything. You gotta understand. I played fighting games for 10 years. There are people who have never even, like, they don't even know how an arcade looks. And they're obsessed with arcade culture. It's like, it's just the thing people say now. It's just a part of the dialogue tree. And that's, I mean, that's counting the fact that in Japan, you know, it's the video game arcade mecca. Or it used to be. It's less so now. Racial strife, worse. Rich, richer. Poor, poorer. Allies overseas hate us. Welfare rolls at all-time highs. Highest number of people withdrawn from the workforce since Carter. Yup, those are the hallmarks of a good president. Facepalm. I didn't know they had return people for arcades. Return? Yes, this is so common. This is so common. Okay, let me tell you what I'm talking about, okay? Here's a great example. When I started playing fighting games competitively, you would go and play on stick, right? The reason why you would play on arcade stick is because you would have the expectation of one day going to play on an arcade cabinet, right? That was the whole point. And now there are a lot of people who idolize like the arcade culture aspect of it, but they play on pad. So they couldn't even play an arcade if they wanted to, right? Like, not, there are some machines that let you hook up a controller, but no, like, just don't do that. Just don't do that. If you have used an arcade machine, you know these things are like, it's not going to work out. And understand, this does not go for all of them. Because yes, like Nasty said, they're like computers in a big box, right? But what they tend to be is more like, think of like an Xbox console with all the Xbox games on it. That's basically what an arcade setup is. It can be like, you can play Gundam, you can play, you know, whatever fighting game from this tree, you can play Third Strike, whatever, depending on what brand it is. Some of these brands do not do this. So you cannot even rely on it all the way, right? But like, this is kind of the issue where there's an idolization of this period, and it's totally understandable because it's a very cool period. But it's like one of those things that, because it's so gone, what it really was isn't really talked about. It's the like cultural identity of it that echoes in the past, right? It's the guys that are 40 plus being like, I love going to the arcades. I love the arcade gameplay stuff. Or it's like, you know, it's the feelings of how you felt as a kid. Like, oh, I wish there was an arcade where I was, right? Yeah, like the 90s. Like, it's, I mean, like, arcades have been dying for a long time in general, right? In general. COVID basically did kill the last remaining like kind of niche independent arcades in Japan. And even then, like Sega, what is it called? The Sega store in Akihabara. They like, even that's gone down. And that's like one of the most like when I think of Akihabara, I literally think of the Sega arcade machine, or like the arcade store logo on the building. Like, it's deeply ingrained in my perception of the area. And like, it's been going for a while, but even then, like, what I'm talking about, they had already been dying at this time. Like, even in Japan, they had been on the way out. Like, it's just, it became like each region has their own cool arcade, right, that they go to. Then it became, you go to this one arcade if you want to play this one game, right? if you were on the other side of Japan, tough shit. But I mean, sometimes people literally would, you know, for a weekend or for something, take a trip to go to this arcade. Um, and like that's when I begin to start playing fighting games. Like when there's like I can't remember the name of the arcade. It's like a red big one or some shit like that. Something weird. I think that's where they played Melty. Um, in Gear, there was a Mikado. Uh, for Street Fighter, I can't remember. It was, I think Street Fighter 4 was really the last one that had a dedicated arcade movement. And I think when 5 released, it didn't release at the same time in arcades, which was the norm at the time. And that's when arcades really begin to start dying even faster. So, like, even what I'm telling you right now is a bit of this dynamic of like, it is thinking about the high points without really the substance underneath. But like, I mean, I think of just Mikado because it became the face of arcade Guilty Gear, right? It was a worldwide release, yes. But even then, like like fighting games used to only release on arcades first. This was very common. In fact, if you played fighting games competitively in the West, you typically waited about a year, and it wasn't because of like language barriers. It was because they would release in arcades, and then a year later they would port it to console, and then maybe 3 months later an English release would drop. And that's how these things released initially. So of course everybody fucking hated it. They fucking hated it. Because you know, they were like, well, they get a heads up. They get a years long start. Of course we lose all the time to them in Japan. And uh yeah, didn't turn out to be that way at all, but yeah. Yes, it was a Marifat cope. But all this to say, like, even well after like you know, arcades start dying out in the West, which by the way is like I think I remember there was one arcade in Tampere. There was one arcade in Ontario when I moved here. And that one lasted like 2 years, and that was it. And it did not have like, you know, cabinet games. It had like coin games, is how I would describe it. So, like, I don't know. I think consoles just kind of did a number on it. And made worse by the fact that they be like a lot of fighting game companies where like I mean, just to be blunt, to be very honest, most of the time when people were going to these arcades, like recurringly, it was for a fighting game, right? Because again, you could only play them in arcades. When, what is it? Like, it could be 2008, 2009. That's when you really begin to see way more emphasis on like DDR and rhythm games. In Japan, Maxi Boost is the one thing keeping these motherfuckers alive. That game was so big, I cannot even begin to explain it to you. It was so big, and honestly, understandable because it's a really cool game. I like the game a lot. How much of arcades dying in the West was also the result of malls being phased out? I actually don't even know. I think that's like even that's a bit before my time. That's like a question for like Obama or something. Majin Obama, not the one we're reading about in here. Yes. Even when I was playing fighting games a lot, like when I was like let's say Exert era, when I was playing the most in like 2019. Uh the biggest game, and I mean by fucking far, was Maxi Boost. And it was so big that, like, again, this is kind of getting into like a cultural separation, because for a long time they talk about, like, let's say they talk about we talked about the console aspect of it, like SF5, right? SF5 releases, I think, on console and arcades at the same time, which was a big deal, right? But even then, with each fighting game that releases, there are fighting games that are more prominent in arcades explicitly because of the nature of what they are, right? Maxi Boost is a great example because it's a 2v2 game, right? So a lot of the time, a lot of people would get into arcades for like Maxi Boost as a wide net, and then they would place something else on that cab that was also from the same, like, tree or branch of that company. And it created like weird dynamics where BlazBlue, even into 2019, was a lot more popular of a fighting game in arcades than Guilty Gear was. But on console, it was the complete opposite. And most of the scenes were, instead of being like kind of, again, united through console, it was more like they, like, if you want a tournament, there's a tournament happening here. And Claire is also correct. By the time a lot of the newer games come out in the late 2010s, these cabinets become net play devices, basically. So there's not even really a point. It's like lackluster net play. What's up, Chakras? Hope you're doing good. This is the arcade again. The president also added more jobs than Bush. Yes, about 6 million of them are full-time. He's killed the deficit because of his push. More states more states have adopted the minimum wage. Where he loses on wage stagnation and the cost of living, he shines on job creation, historic recovery, not to mention he's been the greatest president of all time on the issue of climate change. He could so more to help if Congress let him, but generally, even with historic resistance from Republicans, Obama has kicked the shit out of the last administration. Wow, have some more DNC Kool-Aid is this guy's response to that. I can play that game too. Unemployment down, wages on the rise, allies overseas, the strongest ever in part to the coalition to help us fight ISIS, deficit disappearing, historic climate change deal with China, Ebola DOA in the United States. Need I go on? LOL, LMAO at the anti-Obama Salt Brigade. Wow, so butthurt. Wasn't Obama the last one to raise the federal minimum wage? I'm pretty sure he was, but that's not really saying much, right? Between Trump and Biden. Well, okay, maybe it is saying something, because Biden was the best pro-labor president, which shows you how pathetic it is. But yeah. Yes. Why don't you go ahead and credit his administration with getting the US out of Iraq while you're at it? Thank God for that. It's the most important thing. I think Obama would have liked Fallout Tactics. I think so too. Yeah, man, like, who needs our planet to survive? Oh, wait, we do. Oh, shit. It's not like Bush actions creating instability in the region had anything to do with the creation of ISIS. Oh, wait, it did. This is even better to read now after the last, like, 5 years, where we have a lot more of an understanding of how ISIS formed, That's another thing too, I guess. I know you like that immigration order though on the part of this administration, or aren't you still butthurt over that too? Cry some more, cry harder, winky face. The arcade came in hot. At first he was like, maybe Obama should play Pac-Man, and now he's like, cry some more, baby. Cry some more. LMAO, nah. Let the sun enter a super flare. It's bound to create jobs. Free community college won't. Winky face. Come on, who's next? Fucking Goldberg. Yeah, free community college is the beginning of Sharia law in Muslim no-go zones, like Fox News told us. Wow. Based off the arcade signature, he still posts here? Really? Instead of anti-Obama idiots wasting their time on insulting this administration, their concerns should be focused on things like equal pay for women, faster internet infrastructure. You'd think these clowns would vote their interests instead of being counterproductive. Sick of modern gaming. Buy the DE10 Nano and turn it into a Mr. FPGA. I feel like I have used one of these. I may have used the Neo Geo version of this in the past. I can't remember what it's called. It has a weird name. It's okay. He's got mad basketball skills. big.assets.huffingtonpost.com/obamabasketball.gif. I believe everything Fox News says, just like I believe in big oil companies, and I wish Putin was our president because he's a man's man. In the case of abortion, the female body has ways to try and shut the whole thing down. I don't even I know this guy's being ironic, but I don't even understand what that means. Is it just that was something a Republican? Wait, what? Bush's actions, are you that clueless regarding the legislative branch? Iraq was a bipartisan vote. Oh, it's from Romney, of course. I shouldn't be surprised, though, as this is coming from someone who made the claim the president killed the $18 trillion debt. Apparently, you're in the know on this, so you had best inform the CBO regarding this revelation. He said women could self-abort. Oh my fucking God. Oh my God. Oh God. Obama should play NBA Jam. Great game. A bipartisan vote based on lies provided by the Bush administration regarding WMDs is what you meant to say, right? Because that's what actually happened to Cupcake. Okay. This is also an interesting relic of the past, because this is like, this is the same talking point today about Iran, basically. The way that like people argue it, like on a partisan level, right? But like, they know more behind the scenes about these things than we do. They're a lot more informed on these things, hence these democratic aspects. Good evening. Have you ever seen the Ted Cruz butter cow tweet? No, I haven't, but that sounds fascinating. Last login. Oh my God. This guy logged in literally 4 hours ago. Yes, this guy last posted March 12th, 2026 at 8:47 a.m. Get him in the stream. I honestly want to. I honestly do want to. That's probably West Coast time. Oh, true. True. It was like 30 minutes ago. So he's out there. He's out there. He's still out there. I don't think even most people in charge right now know what's going on. No, I mean, that's for sure. Bernie Sanders still voted against, and they had all access to the same information. Yes. It's not a surprise. And like, again, you can it is one thing to just like look at things from like a purely just like this is what's happening right now lens. But like you could also make inferences about these things from, I don't know, history, maybe looking at historical events and how these things are defined, you know? Maybe there is a little bit of relevancy to seeing the history of things sometimes. Do you think they've changed their views? I don't know. I mean, they seem like this like I mean, if I'm to be completely honest with you, in 2015, I mean, this is probably also how I felt on a lot of ways. Like these are just like I recognize an outwardly progressive candidate, right? Because I mean, come on, no matter what, that was how he angled himself, right? To maybe to the detriment of it all, but it's like I don't know, like this just feels like someone who's not super informed but has like a good, you know, they have a moral system basically. The talking points are strong with this one. FYI, Muslims have been in jihad for 2,000 years. Bush is irrelevant. This is not true. And real quick, whenever I'm going to tell you guys a little bit of a history lesson, okay? I'm going to give you guys a small history lesson because this is not something that happens anymore. But I need you to understand like Islam as a religion is not 2,000 years old. No, of course they don't know what it is. They don't know anything about this. They said Muslims have been in jihad for 2,000 years. Like this shit, they're literally if you did a historical like look back at 2,000 years ago, 2,000 years ago in the Middle East, they're fucking Zoroastrian. They're not even Muslim, man. It's not even close. That's a whole different religion tree down there. Like this is like the propaganda surrounding a like this is like old school propaganda around just vibes. It's vibe shit. Like I've actually talked about like Islam as like the rise of Islam in history because literally like Islam's rise is actually very very remarkable in human history, right? Because do you know what happens? Like do you know how like Islam like really explodes on the scene? The Romans and the Persians fight for 30 years. Then while this is all happening in Arabia, the Rashidun Caliphate forms, right? And they're basically like, what the fuck are you guys doing? What the fuck is this? You know what? Fuck you guys. And that's basically how it goes. And the Romans were Christian, right? The Romans were Christian. The Persian Empire, the Sassanid Empire, was Zoroastrian. So let's just understand that this is not. There's a very thorough line, right? And this is one reason why I like talking about history. Shit like this gets talked about not as much anymore, but like this kind of way of referring to groups in any nature of just pure talking point, no historical analysis, I love days where I get to sit here, read my fucking books, and then I get to see some dumbass comment and I get to make a history lesson out of it. That's the best. That shit's the best. And also, here's a little bonus lore. Here's a little bonus lore. The Crusades, as we think about them, right? The Crusades were born out of the Byzantine Empire losing territory to the Seljuk Turks when they want help from the West. They say, look, we're poor as fuck. We have nothing to offer. We got nothing to give. We got like no armies, basically. Things sucks, right? They say, look, if you send some soldiers over to help us retake our land, we will give you, or we will reconvert, because this is post schism, right? Post West and East schism of Christianity. They say, in exchange for you coming over and helping us retake our land, we will convert to Catholicism, basically, and acknowledge papal authority. That's the whole reason for the Crusades. It has nothing to do with the actual religion of the people involved. It's nothing about it. It is purely a political decision for, like, essentially getting more authority over the East, right? And it's a little hard to understand unless you kind of understand, like, the Byzantine Empire at the time was in control of like some of the holiest sites in Christianity, right? For that time period. So like there's a lot more of a cultural, like, political dynamic ongoing here, right? And yes, Drzash is correct. By the Fourth Crusade, right? So we've gone from 1, 2, 3, 4. We're at the Fourth Crusade. The West ends up killing a shit ton of Greeks while they're preparing for the Fourth Crusade. They don't even do the crusade. They end up ransacking the empire and destroying it that way. So understand, even the crusades were built to just establish more papal authority in the region, and it ends by destroying the other empire from within, right? Just essentially saying, you can't pay your debts. This shit's ours now, but for an empire, basically. And that is essentially the fall of the Eastern Roman Empire as like we know it, right? As we think about it. So think about this whenever you hear like white nationalists talk about like this kind of like Christian united cultural identity, because literally, no matter how you view it, Catholicism had a leading role in the downfall of the Eastern Roman Empire. And Edward Gibbon, love him or hate him, sometimes he says some things about I don't know, converted to Christianity was kind of bad. I don't know, it's kind of interesting. Yes, it's very funny. I mean, yes, like there's obviously like the Anglican Church. There's a lot to break down with that too. But just think of it like this. This was like a show of unity between Christian states, and it just ends up with a bunch of people going in, taking land for themselves, which is, by the way, the reason why there was no like mending of the schism. They didn't give the land back to the Byzantines. They all took it for themselves. And then that made the Byzantines hate them even more. And that's what leads to this conflict. So, I don't know. It's always fascinated me seeing this kind of train of thought, because there is no way of analyzing Roman history without also acknowledging the fact that but its attempt of control of like Christianity in the ways that it did was a major like reason that it ends up exploding, basically. Still crying. He inserted someone with the wait, what? Still crying, he inserted someone with the intention of suppressing the Sunnis. The consequence of failing to make an inclusive government is what formed ISIS. Pardon me, Maliki, that was the guy Bush put up there, which bro Iraq to chaos. Saddam Hussein was a dictator, but he's provided some level of stability. After Bush removed him from power, he made things worse. Here's a refresher for you, Bush apologists. Salon.com/2014/June 16th/sorry, George W. Bush, but this whole mess is still your fault. Isn't it wonderful to see historical revisionism this recent? I feel like, oh my god, this guy responded in the same exact way. Oh my god, he did this guy did the nerd emoji thing. This is literally how I responded. I mean, I don't know, revisionism, like, I don't mind revisionism in general, right? Revisionism is very important for history. And sometimes even for like, you know, older history, like Roman history too, right? It's really important. But there is no like there's no contrast against what I'm talking about here, right? Like when we talk about revisionist history and like Cold War or like even in terms of like Israel, right? Israel Palestine, right? Like there are established like one way of viewing it than another way of viewing it at the same time, right? There's a clash in that way. What you decide is more valid, obviously, is it tells a lot about you, I would say. But there is no like other way of viewing this. Like there's no way of analyzing this from like a pro kind of Christian lens, which is why you don't hear them talk about this very often. There is no like revisionism. There's no like redoing of it. It's like it's just it's trying to use vibes from somewhere else, basically, is how I would describe it. It's just it's just it is AI before AI is how I would describe this. It's that is actually how I would that's exactly how I would put this. It's how AI functions of just grabbing stuff from the internet and like throwing it somewhere else. It's that same dynamic. It's just AI. Iraq was a bipartisan vote, but not all Democrats are smart. I can guarantee you one thing: Obama did not vote for the Iraq War. So what does that say about him? The only reason why we're in there now is to clean up Bush mess. Also, there's plenty of revenue. The deficit is at historic lows. It's been cut in half. Once the deficit dies down, the debt will come down. President Obama is the deficit killer. Meanwhile, the Republicans sit in their chairs and drink tea. I'm pretty sure Islam has only been around since 600 AD. So your numbers and facts are wrong. If you don't even know what the hell you're talking about, how can we take your opinion seriously? But Fox News told me that Obama is the devil. I'm sure they wouldn't lie. Quote, LOL at sad Obama haters. So ignoring the political debate this topic somehow turned into, why bring up an article from June? Just curious. Man, shut the fuck up, monkey of evil. Today I learned Islam is 2,000 years old at least. Never mind Muhammad living in the 7th century. I don't know where you get your information, but the deficit has not been reduced at all, still at 18 trillion. Cool topic. I wonder if he is played Saint is Row 4. A trillion is a very large number. 1 million millions slash 100,000 billions. You can reduce the deficit by a couple hundred million or even a few billions and you won't even notice. I think too many people underestimate just how vast a trillion is compared to even a billion. This is literally something I've said. Also, like about people underestimate how much a billion is. Except this is from 2015. That's scary. Wow, look at what I started. I'm biased. I don't vote Republican. The religious right turned me off years ago. I just see them as the party that will do whatever it takes to take care of their own and just let Wall Street run wild and blah blah blah. Yeah, just my opinion. I think they're evil. It's not like the Democrats are special or amazingly better than, but against them, yeah. I love when someone makes a post like this and the immediate post is just a brick. It's just a gigantic brick of shit. This guy does not give a fuck about what you have to say. He's twerking somberly. I love that. I love that. I think if you drop, I think this formation right here, the Democrats are ellipses, special or amazingly better, but against them, ellipses. Yeah. This right here is what I could only describe this as the confined, somber twerk. That's kind of ironic you say that, since the disparity between the most elite rich and corporate is greater than it's ever been, and under him, while the wealthy, middle, and lower class worse than before. I dig it you haven't looked at the TPP. He is fully behind that. Nobody, including politicians, but corporate lobbyists for corporations, are allowed to see, or what's inside the new cyber regulation he's pushing. You weren't aware of bank bail-ins being quietly legitimized under him, or that Affordable Care Act was a cash windfall for the largest insurance companies. That they're now doubling down on all the bad banking policies that partially caused the mess here because the bankers asked for it. I can go on all day with the hypocrisy in that statement. I take it you don't notice that republics, for the most part, are putting on a little show and then lock, stock, approving every single thing he wants anyways. Wait, what is... I didn't see this. Oh, this is the deleted post, I think. You know Obama, you know how Obama is going to save the internet, right? Did he mention that in that bill, if you are a journalist and report on a leaked information from a whistleblower away, you go to jail? What? Is this about Snowden? If that bill passes. So yeah, he is... I don't know what that is. With the American press. Both sides suck, and you are fool to love R or D. That's me if I was a CEO. You are a fool to love R or D. You should be on the side of your fellow citizens, which you aren't if you blindly love one side or one politician. You can't do that when you're refusing to see the faults out of stupid "yay, my team rocks" mentality that should stay in sports. Do you love R or D? It's too much money. If anyone thinks these politicians are the best interests for their constituents in mind, then they are delusional. These Congress stinks. Obama stash YouTube link. Let me just take a glance. The Witcher 2 plays... I completely forgot this was about The Witcher. The Witcher 2 plays pretty terribly. So I'm not surprised he hasn't bothered. Most people suck at trying to manage those awful controls. Oh, sorry. I mean, Politics, rabble. I hate everyone from the party that I don't agree with. Thanks, Scoob. All of you should be in the House of Reps. No really top-notch political knowledge by everyone in this thread. Yes, too much fighting. Same old blue versus red for decades, hindering real progress. Look at our space program for EX. NASA gets so little budget. The shuttle is dead. And it's back to spending the most on military hardware, bombs, and wars. And this. Oh my God. Look at this. Look at the link this guy posted. The top one right here says the U.S. joins Lesotho. I hope I pronounced it correctly. Swaziland and New Guinea as the only countries in the world not to mandate paid leave for mothers of newborns. We're also the only advanced economy that doesn't require companies to give paid worker vacations. We don't even guarantee workers paid sick days. We spend the most per student on education, but outcomes aren't great. We spend more on our military than any other country. 5 countries with the highest military expenditures in billions of US dollars. We export more weapons than any other country in the world. No other country has nearly as many guns as people. American consumes more calories from sweeteners on average each day than anyone else in the world. We're only halfway done this image. We also consume the most calories, a whopping 3,770 calories on average per day. The United States spends more on healthcare than other industrialized countries. Prescription drug costs are just one reason healthcare costs so much. More babies die the day they are born in the US than in any other industrialized country. We're the best at creating super rich people at the expense of everyone else. Wait, what is this one for? Dude, look at this stat. This is from 2013. Look at this shit. Just look at the stats for 500 million to 1 billion. In 13 years, man. This shit's crazy. Inequality in the US is the worst in the industrialized world. Changes in top. Oh, this is the last one. I thought communism was when no money. Actually, that's obviously party officials. It's a party. The party. LOL at this turning into a political debate. Even worse that so many of you still believe in the BS two-party system. What a joke this country has become. This is it makes me laugh that this is like the energy outside of that was born out of the Tea Party, you know? Scooby, please! The Witcher 2 is great! Add the combat mod to define it if you have the PC version. As for the thread, this escalated pretty quickly. You haven't seen the awful Australian Prime Minister in action. Don't worry, I didn't vote for him. Thanks, Jedi. I know, this thread does have everything. Thank you, Majestic. I can't stand the man, by far the worst president in my lifetime, which is saying something as I've been around since Tricky Dick was in office. However, it's still gotta be cool to get a shout out from the office of POTUS nonetheless. I need to see this. I don't fuck with that tiny URL shit. It ain't working for me. Bush was far worse. Maybe as in the cult of personality, but for anyone with a functioning brain, or at least a calculator, Obama takes the cake for about the next couple of generations. Yes. By all means, let's honor and worship the Republicans. Whoever saw a Congress that was literally the most unproductive legislative body in the history of the country. Look it up. It's pathetic. LOL. Ellipses. The group couldn't even agree on basic equal rights for women, veterans, or people with disabilities. They wasted over 40 group votes and thousands of hours trying to overturn a healthcare law that would never survive a veto, even if it got passed. They advocated for a restriction on voting rights, and just for added hilarity, they thought it would also be a wise political move to try to ban several forms of birth control. There are some awesome moderate conservatives in our country, but as a whole, the Republican Party of today is a joke. Look at this guy's signature. I'm proud to acknowledge that unlike many on this site, I grow as a person and a gamer. Viewpoints change, especially after 3 years. Imager. Hold on. Hold on. I'm interested. Okay. You are not ready for this. You're not ready for this at all. When Xbox was winning. That's because they are. Microsoft sold a curb-stomping 10 million units this holiday season compared to Sony's 3.9 million. And that just stacks on top of the lead Microsoft already had, now that PS4 is dominating. Quick question. Since both the Xbox One and PlayStation 4 have sold way more than enough units to ensure that both will get equal attention from third-party developers, why does that total even matter? Outside of the stupid fanboy wars that I'm referencing my signature, what is the importance of sales at this point? Neither consoles are immediately close to being considered a failure or a flop. Yes. This guy has Photoshop receipts of somebody arguing about Xbox and PS4. Wait, no, this is him. This is the same person. Wait a second. Okay, I think I just found a new SCP. Yes. Why would anyone expect a politician to be good at games? Is it any better to be a Tea Party POS? Oh, I can't wait for the Tea Party heads to get aggroed. I truly wish I could link GameSpot's console war forums because they were a treasure trove of amazing hog-offs. Really? Dude, look at this guy's signature. I made this again in 2009, forgot about it until 2015, and again until 2026. Black Rayquaza, get the hell out of here, man. It's not good for you. Fact, this thread will not be deleted for off topic. A house divided against itself cannot stand. Burp. Truth is, the American people have not been this split since 1861. And the more divided we are, the easier we are to control. Were you in these forums back in the day? Fuck no. I had way too much self-respect to be forum posting like this. I was an observer, just like I am today. The immediate issue is the split between the lower and middle class. While the upper class pit them against one another, that has to be step one for there to be any real change. I was never on SRK, actually. Never on SRK. I was on Something Awful. I was on Dustloop and Something Awful. And that's it. Romola, the form centrist. No, there is a what's it called? There were a few history history forums I use, but like that's really it. You guys got to remember, I'm old, but I'm not that old at all. Let's see your Dustloop post. There are none. By the time I joined Dustloop's forums were already dying. Do you know why they were dying? Do you know why they were dying? I'm going to tell you just so you understand how much of a different time this was. They got Skype instead. They got access to Skype in group chats through Skype. So they're like, why would we use a forum? We're just going to talk about the fighting games anyways. I'm not kidding. Yes, posting tech on Skype. There were the Skype groups. Peace out, Hyper. Hope you have a fun time at the arcade. That was the real shit until Discord, and then Discord basically did kill the Dustloop forums. Damn, TBC just dropped the mic in here. Oh, they're gonna get mad at that. Mic drop my ass. Both parties are full of horrible people with their own interests coming before the people. Don't spin it like either is better than the other. Being on something awful is pretty damning. It was. I will admit, it was. It was. But that's why I am the way I am, you know? That's why it's like, you know, do you know those old shows that's like he was an experimented on monster that they tried to use against the people, but then he broke free and now he fights for freedom, but his power is he hogs up. That's kind of like me. I got a little bit of that hog power in me if I ever need it. Yes, the Toxic Avenger. Yes, that's exactly what I was thinking. Yeah, I noticed that. Glad I got it for free with Game with Gold. I got that hog in me. I do. But you guys knew that. I mean, look at how white I am. Is your strong empathy partly a product of reading hogs? No, I've always been like that. I've told you guys a story that when I was a kid, they used to always play those ads on TV about like, oh, starving kids in Africa, please donate so that we can feed children. And they would frustrate me so much because I literally thought that like I was literally, even at like age 8, I was like, why are they making commercials? Feed these fucking kids. And I was demanding my mom give all her money to this phone bank charity thing, which probably would not actually feed any of these children anyways. Yeah, I mean, like ironically, I would keep seeing it and I'd be like, why does this keep showing up? Why isn't someone doing something about it? And then I grew up and then I realized, wait, we have politics for this. They'll do something. And then I went through my elections and now I realized, wait, they ain't doing shit. And now I'm here. So much partisan salt on both sides in this topic. Anyone with an intelligent mind knows that that both the Republicans and Democrats really don't give a crap about any of the people except themselves and their donors. The only difference between the two is the rhetoric that comes out of their mouths. By the way, do you guys remember what we were talking about yesterday where like there was like a cultural disconnect between like how hogs who are uninformed about politics analyze politics and how Trump was just like a magnet for these kind of guys? Think about how many times in this thread we've seen people with no political understanding whatsoever, right? There's no understanding of anything that's going on. Not even from like like not from a more informed angle, but more like a, you know, a politician said this and then they relate it, you know? They're all saying we can't trust either party, you know? Like, period. It's just they don't even know what they're mad about. They're just like, we can't trust these motherfuckers. So of course, when you have an anti-establishment candidate who's like outwardly like, you know, how establishment presents itself, you know, to a lot of people, it can just be being honest, you know? Just being honest can be anti-establishment. That's kind of the problem with politics like this, too, you know? These posters are the worst because despite being partially right, they're so smug and provide no substance to discussion. I know. They're all talking past each other. They're like two ghosts, like splitting past each other. I see how Bernie had so much popularity. Yeah, of course. Like, look, I don't know if you guys remember. I'm not gonna say when it comes to Bernie in general. I don't remember a ton about his 2016 run because that was really the first time I gained political sentience, you know? But I do remember there was this weird attention on the fact that Bernie bros could be very like they could be very progressive Democrats or they could be ex-Republicans, basically. And they use that as a negative for his campaign. Like, oh, he's getting old Republican voters. Isn't that kind of weird? Isn't it kind of weird that this leftist is getting right-wing people interested? Yes, the dirtbag leftists. It's interesting to me that it went from that and it being like, look, we'll let Hillary get into power now. And then next election, it's yours. Next election, it's yours. And then 2020 came and it wasn't his. Now they got dark woke to contend with. Yup. They got dark woke commander Kyle Kalinske always at the ready. You know, Kyle Kalinske is also a very fascinating guy too. I do find it so funny how he's like this relic of the old like, you know, atheist tuber kind of movement. And he's like the only one that didn't come out to just be a psychopathic hog. I hope all the Remolers are doing fine. Thank you, Fantasy Striver 555. I'm doing great. I hope you're doing great too. Love to be told to shut the fuck up and vote blue no matter who for 25 years. Yeah. They love that shit. Vote blue no matter who. And then it's always the same thing. It's so funny how it keeps happening in this way. Well, I guess like now they have kind of pushed it too far, right? Because I said this yesterday, but like, you know, even like wine mom liberals that I know are like basically advocating for militant socialism right now without any understanding of anything, right? They're just like, this shit ain't cutting it anymore. I need something else. And I think probably just saying, hey, you guys got to support us or else, or the dynamic of like, vote blue, we'll let you guys have whoever. They vote blue, Bernie gets specifically, cut off in 2020. I remember it. I was there. I paid a lot of attention to that DNC primary. A lot of attention to it. Where, all of a sudden a lot of DNC candidates suddenly pull out and advocate Biden at the last minute. I think that to like Kamala Harris probably has created a lot of people who are just like, they don't even care about, I mean, this is kind of like the 2015 equivalent of how Republicans were mad about not having like a good representation for themselves. That I just hope that the energy goes to the right place. And yes, like I've said this before, my mom is a very capitalist individual who's not really too interested in politics. And even her, even she's like looking at America and going, like, she said, I looked at the news and I saw all the stuff America is doing. Someone's got to stop them forever, is what she said to me. Like, full quote. Someone's got to stop them forever. I was like, Mom, what are you doing? And she said, nothing. Which is about what I expected, but Yes, she said death to America. Where was I? So much partisan salt on both sides in this topic. Anyone with an intelligent mind knows that both Republicans and Democrats really don't give a crap about any of the people except themselves and their donors. The only difference between the two is the rhetoric that comes out of their mouths. They both have been terrible when it comes to the interests of the American public. They would both sell you down the river if it meant another quick book deal, satisfying their donors or satisfying the special interests that actually control the politics of this country. There is no savior either coming in 2016 because the American people, constantly fall for the same tactics of political fear every election cycle. They constantly re-elect the same people and parties into power, and they always look to the political rock star as the answer instead of the person with actual answers and solutions. It's been this way for the past 70, give or take, years in American politics. Is this, I mean, it's not even advocacy, it's defeatism. Yeah, well, like, I mean, this is like the energy that comes out that is like, it's experiencing this kind of disconnect of like, the politicians say they're going to change things. My life has been the same for the last like 30 years. Nothing's changing. But then they don't have the way of actually like addressing it or thinking about it or analyzing it, right? So they're just like, they can only get angry at the process but not understand how to change it, right? This is why you had those fucking Russian social democrats or democratic socialists going out to the fucking countryside and trying to educate random ass village peasants on how to fucking do rebellion and shit like that. Romola, how do you defeat fascists? It depends, actually. I think there's a lot of ways to actually beat fascists, but it's always multi-pronged because they're dealing with they're always going to be like kind of appealing to the the olden days a lot of the time, that there are always going to be people who find it attractive that they're having attention placed on them in general, right? Again, like, it's all just exploitative of where people are at without any understanding for like how they really basically it's trying to grab them before they understand enough about politics, but just right enough where they are also in a very vulnerable position, right? Got to meet people where they're at. If it's the internet trenches, then so be it. Yeah. I mean, I I do think the internet creates a very interesting uh it's a very interesting kind of dynamic. I don't know. I think there's a lot more people who are against fascism than you may think, but the issue is that politics are very much so a like they play to the instincts of like community a little bit, right? Where a lot of people, a lot of white people especially, are very afraid of kind of sticking their neck out in a vulnerable position, right? That I think there's a sense of complacency that a lot of people lean into quietly just because they're afraid or they're unsure or unaware. This isn't to say that they are devoid of responsibility from it, but I think that it's kind of important to understand that there needs to be an established voice that people can flock to or understand or have a basis in that allows them to kind of address these things comfortably. Because, I mean, a lot of people are too afraid to kind of, make a scene in any way that is, right? And especially in like, Western culture, a lot of it is kind of, it is there is a sense of like assimilating to normal, right? Assimilating to a normal that I think goes against these sorts of like wanting to do these things. Um yes, well of course it's not normal. But like you get what I'm saying? They appeal to a sort of like it's it is the lack of options or representation for them that isolates them and tends to make them feel more like, less confident or less entrenched or less willing to do things, right? Some people need to see somebody else step up before they can step up themselves, right? Some people think I'm not a leader. I don't want to lead. I don't want to do a leader fucking thing, right? And I think across history, it's always shown that that is the case. It's about kind of establishing uh it's about establishing kind of a sense of community, right? That's why fascists always fucking imprison socialists or communists or anarchists as soon as they get into power, right? The more isolated you are, the harder it is, right? In any capacity. It's not just politics, right? And I think there's a lot of people who have morally good intentions but just lack the political understanding or education, right? And like for me, I was always very afraid to be outgoing with politics, but like I would say my ideology and my morality is what makes me obsessively bring these things up, right? As in contrast to like anything else. And I do think that there's a lot of people that would feel similarly, but that's not how it works for everybody. Some people need to see change. Some people, honestly, as fucked up as this is to say, there are a lot of people out there also that will not be willing to hear it unless they kind of struggle themselves a little bit, right? It's personal journeys, right? It's personal journeys. It's personal experience. It's personal paths. I just think of it as having an outlet to sort of address these things and talk about them and learn and kind of be able to help, even on a small scale, right? People don't want to admit they fucked up when they voted Trump, are now tripling down. Yes, there's a lot of people like that too. But that's like that's like a bit of a cultural thing, right? Like I think of it more as a cultural disconnect where like these I talked a little bit about this yesterday in the Discord, but I do think that the modern right has a sort of, and I know this sounds very funny coming from me, but a very Gramsci kind of approach to culture. And this is not a guess. This is something that a lot of right wingers have acknowledged as being a large influence on their own attempt to kind of, establish a right wing culture, right? And this is because during the Cold War, they were very afraid of the influence of like a ideology surrounding redefining what culture is, right? By redefining and reassessing cultural aspects or institutions. And uh for the last 30 years especially, I feel like they've kind of shifted more to a sort of a more, if there's a worker culture for the left that comes out of being informed and educated, right? I think there's also a sort of right wing culture that is built out of like these right wing echo chambers, and sometimes by just pressure around culture as well. And I think a lot of people tend to be like, especially men in this territory, they struggle to admit that they were wrong or fooled or anything like that. And I think for some people, it just ends up being like, I need to wrap myself, more into this blanket, essentially. Um, and yes, this is correct. The most well-intentioned people uh might have no idea how to start properly organizing, and that's probably by design. That is correct. That's one reason why education has been, essentially weaponized more and more. And it's been weaponized like since the fall of the USSR, basically. You know, it's they you do not understand, you do not learn about labor or class, you don't learn about any of this. You learn that you are a potential billionaire, you just need to pull up your boots and do some entrepreneurship and you'll be making a lot of money, right? And I think people tend to forget how this manifests because I think they forget that they sometimes have been, like in other ways, victims of this like cultural pressure that kind of gleams over them without even really realizing, right? Like a good example of this is, I know a lot of people who, getting out of school, were very unhappy and very just like, they just didn't feel good at all. And their conclusion was to look at what culture dictated leads to a happier life. Some people got married right out of school. Some people ended up getting into, like, I don't know, the military or something like that. And like with the intention of essentially uh like kind of leaning into the cultural perspective of, like, bring peace with the army and be a part of it, right? Like in the same sort of ways, like leaning into the outward discussion of these things as opposed to analyzing what they're actually doing, right? Um and sometimes this shows in, like, committing yourself deeper into religion. Sometimes it shows in committing yourself deeper into uh like what's some like old school kind of, I mean, like, it's stuff like what are considered life highlights without understanding how your own life is going, right? Like people are like, I'm having It's the same kind of energy as people who try to have a baby to save a relationship, is kind of how I think about it, right? A lot of people do this. It's a scale, or I guess really a spectrum, where some people can be very extreme about the cultural goals they aim to hit that's been established to them. Some people just show it in like kind of removing their own kind of internalized feelings of whatever, like, whatever internalized feelings they get from this white supremacist culture. Does that make sense? So, like, I think even leftists tend to forget or underestimate how much this kind of influence on them can show itself and impact their lives. It's only usually when you do these things and get nothing out of it that they realize, okay, this wasn't for me. There's something wrong. I have to do something else, right? This is like, it's so common. I saw it so much, especially in the FGC. Yeah, ellipses. Our president is too busy playing League of Legends on PC instead. Imager link. Hold on. This is the image. elohell.net/chill. See above. When's Rick quotations ops Perry? Yes, Mika, that's actually a great example. That's a great example. A lot of people get, even today, taught this, like, you need to go to school to get, like, in order to actually succeed. But, like, right now, what it ends up being is you basically just go into debt. You just stay in debt is really all it ends up being. And, like, once upon a time, it was true, but, like, we live in a much different time, right? Like, that's the issue, right? It's the inherent issue. It's trying to tie a feeling associated with an older time, which may not even apply to you full, like, just to be honest, uh, into like, yeah, you could pay for school with a summer job. Exactly. I'm actually going to university soon. Am I fucked? I don't want to scare you about this. It's just right now, well, I don't know. It depends on which field you go into, right? But I mean, really, what we're talking about more is from the like cultural influence of it, as opposed to like the validity of it. Because obviously, being more educated is good, no matter what. It's just right now, your outcomes out of school can be very limiting, right? And it's not a, yes, like even when I was a teenager, my dad told me, who was an educated, I mean, he taught history, right? He said to me, direct quote, do not go to school if you're going to fucking get a history degree. Just read a book and then talk about it. And I think about that a lot. I mean, spending the next 4 years in school might not be the worst thing. I mean, again, this we're talking about like, yes, out of when you're done your education. It is 4 years. What could happen in 4 years? I don't know. But what I'm talking about here is like there's a cultural like pressure surrounding these things, right? There's a cultural dynamic that makes you feel like people who are, who go to college have a specific benefit or a better education in the sense of job propositions because it shows your own intelligence, right? The issue is that because this is purely for a lot of people work, it just ends up being something that breaks your fucking brain because you've spent all these years with the expectation of immediately getting a job after, and then you get out and there's nothing for you, right? Also, definitely make sure to work with your university to try to get some sort of internship or something that's so that you can hopefully get hired immediately into school. Yeah. Well, I don't want to pretend like, I don't want to pretend that education is lackluster in general. But I want you to understand that there is a pressure surrounding these things that shows itself only through a kind of nebulous, like cultural kind of, it looms over you without any attention to the kind of dynamics that make it so. So you have cases where people will look at, whatever field or whatever economy they're in and essentially just expect to have something out of school that when they do this and there's nothing left, they literally don't even know what to do. Like they're just like they have a plan for their life based off of a feeling they get from culture, and it ends up frying their brain. Yes, we're getting woke in here. We're getting woke. This is why this shit should be fucking free. I would be abolishing student debt now. I would do that. I did say doo doo. It's putting up with a lot of awful things and being told welcome to the real world. Yes. Like this is okay, here's the line just so you understand. It starts at a kind of cultural presence that looms over you in a way of like it there's no addressing it directly or the individual aspects of it. It is a completely united thing that is built out of years upon years of like discussion or talking points or whatever, right? In the same way that a lot of people tend to kind of lean into these truths from culture without really understanding them until they try it and burn out. And then you get into the next stage where some people think the culture around it is what is kind of, it's either true or I need to pull up my bootstraps and work harder. This sort of thing worked when the economy was a lot better and had a lot more pressure from the government, right? It does not work that way in the same way anymore. That you will just kind of keep burning yourself out over and over and over and over again. You will keep doing things with the expectation that if I just keep going far enough, I'll eventually one day just have this sense of normalcy that wipes away all my discomfort. And because of that, I will end up being in a better place if I just suck it up and try to do this. There are people in their 60s who still try to do this, right? I've always took pull yourself up by your bootstraps as a dog whistle. I mean, it's coming from the same spot of like, it's not a it's against understanding your struggle. It's saying fuck what you feel, this is how things are, right? That's how it goes, right? So understand that, let me make it very clear. I completely understand. I understand why people tend to think this way, being born into a system and an education that does not teach you any labor laws or rights or what, like, kind of, there's no sort of growth as a worker. Even how school is designed, right? Like, a lot of what we know of as school, even today, there are aspects of it that were influenced just to diminish, like, specialized labor, essentially, right? It is very intertwined with just, capitalism as a whole, that a lot of people do not think about how these things work. And from the average person who's just learning all this and has no worldview behind it, no understanding how these things work, they tend to think being a worker is like a stepping stone onto being an entrepreneur or a maker of your own company and doing that, right? Like being told to just meet with an executive and sell your strengths doesn't work when our resumes are being checked by an AI. Yes, that's exactly what my point is, right? Like, it's it's harkening back to a old day where these things are not applicable, but the culture that, like, reinforces them is still there. It's still present, right? It's essentially saying enough of your work, or I guess your individualized, like, your individualized experience is bullshit because my experience is different, is basically what a lot of it boils down to. And that's why I do think political education is very important, right? It's why I think it's extremely important, because, like, I feel like in general, despite a lot of leftists recognizing these sorts of things and recognizing, the invisible force that is kind of echoed through these, like, systems and these instruments of the government, right? Like, the conditioning is very, very firm. A lot of people cannot imagine another kind of world or another kind of scenario that, I don't know, like, it's just, it's weird. It's weird and just outdated in a way that I think we tend to forget, but I want us to be more attentive to dynamics of people that are just built out of their own lack of political education, right? Because again, I've already told you guys, I know exactly what kind of books you'd be given for history courses in school, and a lot of them are hundreds of years of out of date, right? And there's a lot of ways you could view it. One reason why I complain about Edward Gibbon a lot is because he is embodying this old school kind of thought process, and it's still being taught. It's still being given to these dumb fuck kids. Edward Gibbon does not analyze the Roman Empire in the ways that a lot of modern scholars do. A lot of the time, it just boils down to, like, vibes around religion, which were established out of, like, well, let me make it clear. The fall of the empire, a lot of it boils down to it. To him, as, oh, it's religion's fault. But we've known that's not the case for 200 plus years. There's a saying in our engineering department where this generation has to iterate on cumulative concepts while trying to find novelty. That is hundreds of years of theory we have to learn while we need to innovate. Yeah. r/atheist ass analysis. It is. And it's like, I will say it's a lot more understandable of its time because it's from the Enlightenment. But like, it's been 200 plus years. We know better, right? We know exactly like the dynamics. We know, again, like, you cannot analyze Roman history without understanding class politics, basically. So understand that, like, this is a long-winded way of saying we need to be more willing to both educate people, but also kind of talk about how these kind of quiet cultural presences or pressures can influence your lives in negative ways because you hope to attain this sort of, it almost a sort of like, do this action and you will be happy, as if it's a game. Drop the mic. As in preaching to the same choir of clowns, all it took for me was the reference to the imaginary war on women for me to tune it out as garden variety, dipshit talking points that have no basis in reality, which is how progressivism has thrived over the last 100 years. To lend on Jonathan Gruber's thoughts, since we also mentioned the ACA, you're just describing base and superstructure theory. I mean, yes, I'm discussing these things because a lot of people don't know this. That's my point. There is a very easy way to express these details, but a lot, like, even just directly pointing to a theory sometimes, again, I think we forget how uneducated a lot of people are about this stuff. They really need to be walked through it. And it's not because they're stupid or anything. It's just because there is no political education like that, right? There's nothing. Since we also mentioned the ACA, stupid people, ellipses, to which these highly emotional social issues are an easy sell. No needs for facts or reality. To take a play from Saul Alinsky's book, if you say it enough, it simply becomes true. Which is the Obama White House's leadership style in a nutshell. 100 years. I mean, this is what, 2015? I mean, I think this guy's trying to snipe Lenin. Is that woke of me to assess? I think this guy's trying to snipe Lenin. Like, here's the problem with talking about culture like this. A lot of people are trained to kind of view this shit as conspiratorial in a lot of ways. I find that if you try to break down how these things move and how these things kind of are taught to people, or how people tend to learn them, it is by being exposed to these contradictions, right? Sometimes if you even have to have an abstract theory that does not necessarily apply to an individual event, but can be slotted in, people will just tend to think it's conspiratorial, which obviously, like, a lot of these sorts of things are not just pure conspiracy. We're talking about, like, I mean, we're literally talking about like a science field, right? We're talking about a field of like analyzing these abstract dynamics that a lot of people don't even understand are present in their lives, right? That aren't even like hanging above them. Like, I think because of that, you really have to meet a lot of people where they're at and kind of expand on that, right? You have to meet them where they're at in terms of how much education they have on the subject, how much they understand the things happening in front of them, right? I don't think it's a bad habit. I think we're just doing different things, right? I think we're aiming for different goals, right? Basically, don't worry about it. I'm not from the US and know nothing of his policies except Obamacare, which I don't understand why people are so against, but I'm sure you have your reasons. But when I see Obama on TV, I at least think he looks like a very likable guy, comparable to the party leaders in my country, the UK, where they have zero charisma except Farage, but he's a fruitcake anyways. They are so unlikable and undesirable as prime minister, it's unreal. Ooh. Yes, this is pre-Brexit. I agree. As a true liberal, one who accepts all beliefs and opinions no matter what. I may not like a lot of Obama's policies. Heck, I don't even understand why most of them are implemented, TBH. However, I can respect him for being one likable dude, and that is A-okay to me. This is actually like, I mean, this is what Trump voters say nowadays about Trump, basically. I may not like everything. I don't even understand them, but I like them. Still talking about the loser in the White House? What? If I had I don't even understand what this is. If I had a son, he would look like ellipses. The cops acted stupidly. I'm assuming this is some casual racism here. I will bankrupt the coal industry. Ellipses. Fair share. Ellipses. Free stuff. Big racism. Please tell us again how jihad has been going on for longer than Islam has existed, Professor. Bring out dem mathemagics. I never mentioned Islam. Carry on, troll. Oh, so what other religions call for jihad? Asterisk. Crickets chirping. Notice the liberal tactics above? Rule number 1, obfuscate. Rule number 2, diversion. Rule number 3, insult. LMAO, you need to read some history books, son. Tell us again how jihad was declared 8,909 years ago, okay? Winky face. You lost the argument with my first post. Just give up. You claim Bush created the morons. I pointed out that Muslim terrorism has existed for thousands, plural, of years. You failed to redeem your point of view, which is par for the course among the uninformed, so you divert and obfuscate. It's funny. This is like what I mean also by like dudes that just want to double down because they never want to be wrong. This is something that this guy Googles this after this other guy says, what is this? What are you talking about? And he understood absolutely nothing on the screen. So he's like, you know what? You're doing liberal tactics. And now we see the worst of liberal tactics. Lies, and putting those lies into others' mouths. You fail. I like this a lot. I like how this is devolved. Conservative troll babies, and they're made up and hilariously incorrect. Facts. Ever a source of joy for the intelligent. This is like something Lenin would write. I've offered no facts. Just here to make you look the fool. But I see you're handling that job just fine on your own. This guy is broken. No, please tell us again how the region declared jihad 600 years before the concept came into being. Was time travel involved, the Illuminati, or another Barack Hussein plot to destroy America? You liberals claim that Bush created the terrorists. I claim they've been around for thousands of years. I think it's clear who has a grip on reality versus who's being led around on a leash with idiotic talking points. Oh my fucking God. This is awesome. This is what I wanted. This is exactly what I wanted. What? You guys can argue all you want. No, dude. We are at war with Islam. Either fight the fight or what? We've been at war with Islam for over 2,000 years, brah. 2,000 years. Never mind the origin of the religion was in 600 AD, brah. 2,000 years. L-O-L. Oh my God. Look at this. Look at this signature. The president is a talking head. Congress is who you're really angry at. I worship Jesus Christ, and I'm 100% proud to be a Christian. I read the Bible every day. You should too. I'm good. No, you're talking about the national debt, which is different from the deficit, which comes in at 500 billion. It used to be $1 trillion before Obama taxed the rich and cut spending across the board. The president has cut the deficit in half. Fact. So I suggest you get over it. usgovernmentspending.com/federaldeficitchart.html. Can we just talk about something else? Hey, how about this? This is the kind of guy that pisses me off the most, by the way. Oh, I see you guys are talking about politics. I don't really like that. Hey, guys, let's go look at this. No, man, get the fuck out of here. Let's see. What's his link? Okay, what he linked is it may be worse than anything I've ever seen. I know, I hate it so much. Do not ever in a million years try to stop me from arguing, bitch. This link is still up. Check this out. This video is called Obama Plays Advanced Warfare. Funny voice trolling. This is like the end game of like the Ventrilo harassment. This is the last call. Let's just listen to like 10, let's listen to 10 seconds. Close your eyes, there's 3D sounds.
Woo, this is ridiculous. 2014 was the best year for hiring in 15 years. Health insurance costs are increasing at the slowest rate since the 1960s. Hell, I gave these people 2 free years of community college, and I'm still getting slack for it. You know what? Stuff like this gets so stressful. I'm gonna crack open a nice glass of wine and play some more video games. That's it right there. Hey, yo, Joe, you already know the drill.
Yo, Joe.
How is everybody liking Advanced Warfare?
Very good.
At least it's not
Yo, roll it
AI,
up.
yeah.
I like your gamer tag. That's what I used to do back in 1994.
Oh, I fucking love this guy.
You better love me. I'm the president, damn it.
It's so of its time. They really do. There is like an art that has been lost to time. They don't do this anymore. They just do AI. One little somebody will step up and fuck shit up, man. I'm gonna stop you right now. Point proven. Cosmic, you're a class act, and that video is good. Asterisk, Snickers, and asterisk, ball assaulter. Yeah, and here's the other side of that story, though I'm guessing you don't really care about actual facts. I'm not clicking that tiny URL. I always thought it was strange for a country to give the president a video game for a gift. I guess it just shows how proud they are of it. LMAO, The Blaze is a right-wing news publication created by Glenn Beck. Their facts are created in an alternate universe. To take it with a grain of salt is being too generous. Take this source with a grain of nothing. Oh, and another thing, Evil138. Your laughable source admits Obama cut the deficit. This fact has been established even by your own party. Sure, the link is factually incorrect about everything else, but they can at least get that right. Finally, the right does something right for once. By the way, people are laughing at this in the thread, but this is exactly what I mean by like the hog cultural hegemony shit that I was talking about. Like, I think the internet has really exploded this kind of dynamic. How many of these threads are you going to go through? I don't know. It depends on how many people send me them. Okay, let's see you go ahead and debunk any of it. Oh, that's right. You can't. See, people like you aren't interested in the truth, just what you want to hear. I find it hilarious. You can accept one piece of it and yet not the other. Point proven. I'm not sure what you mean by my own party, as I don't have a party affiliation. I identify myself as a libertarian, if I absolutely had to. I think the Republicans are just as rife with progressives as the Democrats. Edit. Whoops. Wrong dipshit liberal rhetoric thread. What? Yeah, nobody recommends their favorite games. They want their favorite threads. But I'm okay with that. Easier day for me. It's so weird how people live in the same country can have two completely different outlooks on the state of America currently. I suppose it would suck to be in an area or an industry that was suffering right now. I can state from a personal standpoint that things are really good right now in my employment industry and in my current location. My industry is seeing record profits and workforce increases, as well as wage increases in each of the last 2 years. And overall, unemployment is the lowest since 2008. Gas price is lowest since 2008. Stock market in my personal 401k is at an all-time high, like unbelievably high. And job creation is booming. The past Black Friday was the largest in history, so people are apparently confident enough to spend big money. And don't tell anyone this nasty little secret, but we still have our guns. I know, hard to believe, right? Obama did not take them away, regardless of what Ted Nugent said on Hannity. Ted Nugent, isn't this the guy that did Cat Scratch Fever? Is that the guy? But I truly feel sorry for those who live in the other America that I'm not familiar with. All I see is good things. Yet some of you have one giant knobby stick so far up your rectums that it's lodged in your throat. I wish I could help you guys. I really do. Hang in there. Stick with it. And if you turn off Fox, you might just look outside and see the apocalypse that you've been force-fed is not actually happening. Just a thought. Smiley face. Amazing, isn't it? Anyone who wants a free ride in the entitlement generation, love the guy. Thinks he's Jesus. Let's see me debunk any of it. Be careful what you wish for. 6. Other analysts say the deficit is about to get worse. NPR.org blog/the2way/2015. 2015 will continue streak of shrinking U.S. budget deficit. Next. Obama's lowest budget deficit is still higher than George W. Bush's biggest deficit. Wrong. The site suggests that Obama's highest threshold for budget deficit is now $483 billion. It's actually $468 billion according to the CBO. $483 billion was last year. Still higher than George W.'s threshold, but not by much. The other thing they smugly left out is that Obama's highest budget deficit has been falling. A few years back, it was 600 something, then 483. Now it's at 468 as of 2015. So at this rate, Obama's deficit threshold is projected to close the gap on Bush. Real credit for the end of 1 trillion plus budget deficits belonged to the end of the Great Recession and renewed Republican pressure to keep spending down. Economists debunk said theory. Politico.com, 2015. Says Obama deserved credit for economy. Many of the Blaze observations seem at best anecdotal. What a surprise. You know what the guy's response to this is going to be? He's going to be like, who cares? Who cares? It's woke shit. You literally just linked NPR for your pro-Obama facts. That's got to be irony, right? I mean, right? This site becoming godlike productions in this thread. I don't even know what that means. How does NPR lean Obama? You just hate anything that says the president is right. Also linked Politico. From what I hear, they lean conservative. Notice you didn't say anything about that, yet you attack NPR, who, by the way, is better than the Blaze. Even they back Obama on the above points. Dude must be doing something right. The other Obama topic didn't get to 500 yet. You're kidding, right? And what you've managed to cherry pick really doesn't debunk anything. It just goes with the assumption that at this rate, Obama's deficit threshold is projected to close the gap on Bush. Again, you're the type of guy that's only going to accept what he wants to hear. The Blaze story did give credit where credit is due. This is awesome. This is when I've said this before, but this really is this energy. Do you know when in Dragon Ball they start fighting and they're doing like a lot of punches at each other, but it's just them punching each other over and over again, and it doesn't do damage to each other. They just keep punching and teleporting all over the place. This is what they are doing right now. They're just like teleports over, keeps going until they're at a point where they're like, hey, you're pretty good, The Blaze story deliberately left out essential details in order to mislead its readers, giving Republicans credit for shit they did not do and giving wrong numbers on the current deficit, not to mention anecdotal predictions. They don't even cite which economist said the economy will go sour. The CBO debunked that assessment. All of this confirms they just lied to your face. You accepted it anyways because you have a weak argument. Last time I checked, NPR garners the most popularity and credibility out of any media outlet. Also, I use Politico, who leans right, so my bullet points are airtight. You seem like the type to disagree with everything the president says/does, which tells me you aren't serious. The only thing Poland known for is literally The Witcher. Well, the fact of the matter is that you've managed to cherry pick really amounts to splitting hairs, no matter what source you're willing to believe, especially considering 7 is by far the most important, but you keep on smiling and singing the praises of the administration and the ideology behind it. I'm sure your future generations will appreciate the theft. I say yes. It's like, let's max out our credit, our children's credit, our grandchildren's credit, hell, maybe even their children's credit, and sit around and pat ourselves on the back because this year it could be argued we were able to make a paycheck on the interest. I don't know about your world, but in mine, that's not doing great. Nah, the bullet points in your article are factually wrong. They said the economy is going to get worse. They were wrong about that. CBO said it's on a solid pace. It said Obama doesn't deserve credit for the economy. They were wrong about that. NYTimes.com. This guy's a sicko. This guy's an actual sicko. NYTimes.com, 2014, what debate economists agreed the stimulus lifted the economy? Then the Blaze had no idea what the deficit actually is. If you're going to attack the administration, at least know something about it. I can see you're very good at whining over the national debt. So what's more important to you, the debt or the cost of living? I'd rather see an increase in the wages. Yeah, because the Congressional Budget Office has a track record of infallibility. Right? This exchange is really just a circular argument, because even if we take whatever source either of us presented at face value, again, it amounts to little more than splitting hairs at this point. I love how you dismiss my conclusion as whining. See, I understand that in delusional liberal la land, the resident has no real concept of what debt really means. But trust me, as an actual tax-paying citizen, no amount of wage increase is going to make a damn bit of difference when a marker like our national fucking debt is called. Bank on it. But then again, they won't exist. Okay, I love this. I haven't heard this one in a long time. I haven't heard attention on the national debt like this in so long. Wait until you learn about political dynamics of, I don't know, being in debt to another country. I don't know. Maybe there's something more there. You see, at least my sources are based off of studies. Mine's comes from charts and research, at least in the post link, along with the CBO, who's nonpartisan. I will give you an inch in admitting they can't be right all the damn time, but they're far more trustworthy than any news source either of us can dish out. See, this is why I'm exactly the way I am about talking to hogs about shit like this. This is exactly why, right here. These motherfuckers are like, look, stupid, here's a source, read it. And the guy's like, no, I don't want to read it. No, don't, no. He's just mad you're insulting the Blaze. Oh my God. It's fine if you need to worry about the debt. It doesn't mean we sacrifice the middle class as a result of it, which is what you bring to the table. Get the economy at least 98% back on track. Then we can worry about cutting and slashing. I'm in no rush to cut Social Security and pensions, which is what I believe your party, yes, libertarians, advocates for. I say let's do the basic shit first. Up the wages so it matches the price of inflation. Fair is fair, since it doesn't right now. Close tax loopholes. Why should the rich get to cheat? And make it so that the cost of living isn't ridiculously high. While we're at it, let's reduce income inequality and make sure women are paid the same as men. Then we can all go batshit crazy over the debt. It's useless to get into crazy mode over the debt when the middle class can do so much better. Do you really want us to become like Greece? Don't confuse me for a liberal. Young Turks and secular talk can take a long walk off a short cliff. Liberals lose me when they talk about allowing genocide in other countries with their stay out of it mentality. Like the US doesn't need allies. Libertarians lose me whenever they talk about guns and shrinking government. To me, shrinking government means you're cool with gutting the Voting and Civil Rights Act. To that I say both sections are extremely off-putting. However, I'm in favor of certain progressive policies, and I do applaud true libertarians for being pro-choice. Overall, though, I would just consider myself anti-conspiracy, anti-austerity. No wonder this guy's still around on the fucking forum. What happened to the LMAO thanks Obama topic? Link from Dirty Dan. Obama sucks. And anyone who thinks otherwise is delusional. Half the people posting in this thread has more actual work experience than he does. Hold on. I just want to see this one real quick. What is this? Leaders that should have been in this game unmodded. That was the end of the thread, yes. Native America. Okay, you cannot be serious. For a civilization, you're not adding fucking Hitler. Are you fucking serious? I would sooner add, like, I don't know, a Wilhelm than I would add Hitler as a Civ 4 leader. That shit is so stupid. Arthur. Yeah, King fucking Arthur. The guy who got the sword from the stone. There is evidence of a Celtic king named Arthur existing. So why add Gilgamesh but not Arthur? Greek Empire. Leonidas the First. This is Sparta, is all that really needs to be said. Yeah! 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 Yeah, this is Sparta! Yeah! I think they do have Bismarck. I feel like in one Civ, they do have Bismarck, yes. And that, I mean, Bismarck makes way more sense than something like someone like Hitler. Also, just so you know, real quick, Leonidas, as like a figure in history, this is like not even the peak of Sparta's power. This is literally just, let's go look at 300. Let's go. Let's just watch 300, and I like this shit. Looks like Bismarck is in a lot of Civ games. Yes, that makes a lot of sense. It does. They lost, yes, but they lost so good. The inclusion of Hitler would eliminate sales to Germany. This is reiterated every time someone mentions that he should be in this game, and for some reason, you people don't get it. Bismarck and Frederick both did more and left a more lasting impression on actually improving Germany. Hitler's gains were relatively quickly undone. This guy is completely correct. This guy is completely correct. I would always add Bismarck or Frederick easily. Like, even Bismarck, I think Bismarck is more of like modern Germany, right? But I like when you understand this, it's literally like, think of, yes, like even as a leader, he's not good. He only has like annexations to his name, basically. Right? And this is kind of noteworthy in a time when they said, don't do that. Which is why, I don't know, maybe they got split in half and there were essentially going to be a Austrian European administration, or I think there was, I don't quite remember. There's West Germany and East Germany. Yes, I've talked about this dozens of times, but like all of Hitler's success in World War II is less attributable to Hitler and more attributable to World War One, basically. Obama could be in Civ 5, but the reason he wasn't in Civ 4 was he wasn't a leader yet. Ted Kennedy. George W. Bush. You all know he belongs in this game. He had to deal with 9/11, back-to-back recessions, 2 wars at once. And yes, I realize he started one of them stupidly, but that's besides the point. No, it's not besides the point. The Patriot Act is the closest thing to changing civics I've seen in America since the New Deal. Oh my God. I need to frame this. I'm saving this post for later. This one, this is something that probably when I'm 90 years old will put on my wall. And FDR made it in. Don't forget Hurricane Katrina. Regardless of personal opinions on how it was handled, George W. Bush dealt with more problems than any former U.S. president. Yeah, he made those problems, man. He made those fucking problems. That's the whole point. Who's the most recent leader they've added to Civ? It may be what's his name? The Emperor of Ethiopia. Haile Selassie? I think it's him. That would be my guess. Because that's Civ 5, I think. I don't think there's anyone after World War II. I don't think so, anyways. Like, Russia is usually like Catherine the Great or like something like that. No, China typically tends to have like older emperors. It's very rare they touch on more recent historical figures. Lincoln, Roosevelt, and several others might have a thing or two to say about that. And like you say, some of those problems were his own doing. Anyway, there are only 3 trait combinations left that no leader has: industrious, philosophical; creative, charismatic; and organized/protective. That could be me. Anyway, I understand why they left out industrial/philosophy, but since that would be ridiculously powerful for getting great people. But that still leaves 2 leaders they could have added. I think Tecumseh would have been a great fit for organized/protective, since after all, he organized an alliance of tribes to protect their land. Can anyone think of a good candidate for creative/charismatic? I would really love to try that trait combination, but I can't think of an appropriate leader. I wonder if Firaxis left it out for that reason, or because the creative trait makes monuments redundant, but charismatic, you want them for the extra happiness. It gave the leader of the Zulu creative, and its unique building is a monument. If not Hitler, how about Kaiser Wilhelm II? Just for a more modern leader. Granted, he didn't last too long. I would never add Wilhelm II. Are you fucking serious? I said I would add Wilhelm before Hitler as a joke, not because someone would actually say this shit. I was just happy Napoleon made it in. Ethiopia. Wait, did this guy just sit? And yeah, that is a pretty weird choice for a UB, but at least that means you'll virtually never lose a cultural border war. I wonder if it turns out that Kree/charisma is just too powerful in the early game. Bigger cities with free border posts plus cheap libraries sounds like a great start to me. The most recent Civ is Mao? Oh! So then I think it would be Mao. It's basically like world leaders. I think most of them just tend to be pre-World War II. I'm assuming it's because they're a little too afraid of, stepping on toes. Xenosaga has them copyrighted. Wilhelm II? IMO, if they were to add another U.S. president, it should be James K. Polk and not one of the modern ones. He single-handedly obtained a very large and very valuable piece of land for the U.S. by baiting Mexico into fighting an unwinnable war. I think this is a new guy. I think this is a whole new guy. I think this is a whole new guy. I've never heard someone just bring up Polk out of the wild like this. Yeah, this is a very specific kind of guy, huh? They'd never be able to add him in any way without pissing a lot of people off. Either they go with the historical version, who's essentially an accurate Celtic war leader of the 5th century, in which case he'd be absolutely nothing like what most people think King Arthur being, or they have to go with the very stereotypical round table plate armor, sword in the stone chivalry version that everyone thinks when they think of King Arthur, which isn't even remotely historical in any way. There's no way this leads into Fate or something, right? At least with Gilgamesh, the mythological story is consistent and meshes fairly well with what a historical warrior king of his era would have to have had been like. Arthur's myth structure is a total mess. Ludwig II of Bavaria was apparently very charismatic when he chose to be. And creative probably isn't even in question when you're dealing with someone who built fairy tale castles. Besides, how can you not want someone historically known as Mad King Ludwig in any game? Plus, if you believe Gabriel Knight 2, he was a werewolf. Downside with him is that he'd obviously have to be a leader for Germany, but he was never actually a leader of a unified German nation. On the other hand, the same could have been said for Frederick. Okay, let's slow the fuck down, champ. Probably overlaps too closely with Bismarck, really. What was Bismarck serving under his father? What with Bismarck serving under his father and grandfather, then ultimately being forced retired 2 years into Wilhelm's reign. Though if I was looking for a historical German leader and passed on Ludwig, I'd consider Frederick Barbarossa, though he's technically only emperor of the whole... Ah, why do you keep saying this, dude? Come on. Dude, it's the fucking Holy Roman Empire, man. It's not 1,000. We know what happened. I don't understand, like, forget it. Then again, as previously mentioned, Frederick the Great really isn't a German leader either, as much as he was a Prussian. My vote goes to Millard Fillmore, mainly on the strength of this book. Amazon.com/remarkable Millard Fillmore, unbelievable forgotten. I googled Millard Fillmore. ICT News. The racist who didn't like anyone. During his 32 months in office, Millard Fillmore earned a reputation for being anti-Catholic, anti-Semitic, anti-immigration, and anti-black. The 13th president of the United States, Fillmore supported federal policies that targeted minorities, religious groups, and other disenfranchised populations, said Paul Finkelman, a historian and professor of human rights law at University of Saskatchewan. A stubborn, insecure, and unpleasant man, Fillmore is perhaps best known for signing the Fugitive Slave Act in 1850, which allowed for the capture and return of runaway slaves. Yeah, this guy can stay he can stay banned in the history books. Oh my god, they do. Dude, this is in 2009. This is like snobby shit. This is snob. This is snobby shit. They could handle his legend similar to the way Fate Stay Night did. You'd be surprised what they could do to Arthur's legend without pissing people off. But I mean, if you put in Arthur, what's stopping you from putting in Jesus? Sergeant Bass 8705. I gotta say that you are entitled to your own opinion, but are you seriously saying you think that Bush had a positive impact on the U.S.? I say no to Hitler. Not for the Holocaust and not for waging war, but for the utter disregard he showed for the nation's future in late 44 and early 45. He could have saved the lives of 100,000s of Germans in that period and saved the country from billions of dollars in property damage, but decided to throw their lives away for nothing. Yes, that's the point. He literally said, if I die, there's no future for the Germans, so who cares if I throw them to the war? Come on, man. There was no interest in this shit. Whilst not even trying to ensure a future for the survivors of the war. It and the resultant destruction of the country completely overshadow any good he might have brought economically, which we've already talked about. There's no economic gain he added for Germany. He had 100 IOUs in a trench coat. That's not what I had said, but let's step back and look into the causes of the problems during his administration and realize he wasn't exactly a negative effect on us either. I'll start with the financial crisis. Most of what would come to cause the financial crisis was put during the Clinton administration. The banks were pressured into lowering interest rates on loans and mortgages so more people could afford to buy homes. The problem is that it allowed people who realistically could never pay this debt to get into it regardless. The destruction of the World Trade Centers on 9/11 just sped up the inevitable financial crisis. 2, the Iraq War. Regardless of how you felt about this war, we've won it. Oh, God. My personal opinion is that I agree we started this war on the false pretense that they had WMDs, but Saddam needed to be removed regardless. I've heard this before. 3, Hurricane Katrina. This was not George W. Bush's fault. The governor of any state has to request help from the federal government before active troops can be sent in. The governor of Louisiana didn't act fast enough. Anyway, I still believe George W. Bush would at least make a great scenario to play. What kind of politics did Clinton run on? He tried something new. I think he called it third wave politics. I don't know. I feel like we're forgetting another way. The market crashed because Bush made it legal for banks to sell insurance on housing futures. This was banned back after the crash at the start of the Great Depression because it caused the Great Depression. This was banned after the crash at the start of the Great Depression because it caused the Great Depression. What happened is people bought this insurance, which is basically gambling that the housing loans will default. Lots and lots of this insurance. And then they caused the loans to default. The lending institutions then ended up owing lots and lots of money to people holding this insurance, and they went under, which caused the need for the bank bailout. If the bank stopped lending because this bailout was mostly unmonitored, they basically went and invested the money they were given for free by the government into government bonds, basically earning interest on money they got from the government for free, i.e. stealing. Regardless, the lending of money to the banks did not have the desired Band-Aid effect, and because they could not get loans, businesses across the board that requires loans to maintain cash flow to function started defaulting. You have some nerve to bring up Clinton, who, if he did anything that Bush disagreed with, Bush had a full 8 years to do something about it. If Clinton did, in fact, leave your unspecified ticking time bomb, it's amazing it lasted so long before going off. Quite the work of art. I believe at the very least Saddam was a better leader than Bush for the area that he governed. You'll need to provide more evidence to the contrary. Besides, he needs to be removed. I do not agree. I believe Bush wanted to fight a war in Iraq because Afghanistan was unwinnable. Both did serve the purpose of depleting Al-Qaeda. This is said with a K. Resources, preventing them from attacking the states. But too much of our funds went to companies like Halliburton with little to show for it. For me to agree with this war, I felt little more than an excuse to funnel funds into Cheney's old company. American lives and safety were not important. 3, the blame of Katrina falls mainly on the governor of Louisiana. This is true. The problem is Bush had appointed a friend. Brownie is doing a heck of a job to the head of FEMA. And Brownie didn't know how to run FEMA in a disaster. That's what Bush's problem with Katrina was. Nothing to do with the state at all. More of an issue, the fact that FEMA was worthless under Brownie. Would you like it if your police or firefighter chief was an incompetent friend of the mayor? They shouldn't come around until someone calls. They shouldn't come around until someone calls saying there's a problem. That's true. But they should appoint someone who knows how to do the job. And that's where Bush failed. Also of note, ellipses of great length is a banned word on Game FAQs. What? I'm just going to put it out there. America has enough leaders. Let's focus on some of the other ones, eh? I can't believe they don't have Lincoln. Obama's a good idea. George W. Bush, need I say more? Okay. I can't remember if he was added in Warlords or BTS, but Lincoln is in the game. His traits are philosophical and charismatic. King Tut was notably absent. King Tut was a teenage pharaoh who died before the age of 20 and who was only really famous for the discovery of his tomb. I mean, you could say that for a lot of historical figures too. You know, like they're only remembered because we have historical evidence of them. To counter all the Bush basing and the suggestion of historic footnote, Barry Obama favored civic will be state property. I say future president Sarah Palin and Civ 5. Not really a counter to the Bush bashing, but I would like to say the problem with the Patriot Act and the recession didn't really have anything to do with him. The Patriot Act started in the Senate. He did not suggest it, although he did obviously sign it. And presidents have little power over recessions, so that can't be blamed on anyone. Nelson Mandela, also Minamoto no Yoritomo for Japan, who founded the first shogunate. Maybe even Oda Nobunaga, who was Tokugawa's superior at the time and one of the three unifiers of Japan. An exceptionally ruthless man. Also Peter the Great for Russia. Peter's in there for Russia. He's expansive / philosophical. Can we get some Chinese dynasty warriors too? Wait, didn't this came out? This came out. You got it, champ. Why the fuck would Obama be in it when he literally has done nothing? Wow. This doesn't have the Ottoman Turkish Empire? Suleiman, this magnificent FTW. It's funny that his game doesn't have this. It's funny that his game doesn't even have the Swedish Empire, which was a goddamn superpower at Europe during its prime. Warlords adds Ragnar. Ottomans are in beyond the sword. Yeah, but that was the Viking Empire, not the Swedish Empire. This also wasn't an empire. They're talking about the Danelaw. Now I'm sad I didn't buy the complete pack. Sad face. I believe at the very least Saddam was a better leader than Bush. Stop reading right there. I don't recall Bush gassing a huge chunk of the American population with WX for simply being a different race. Yeah. I'm pretty sure he just gave him the gas. I think that was the problem, wasn't it? The same reason he was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize for simply doing nothing. Wait, what about GW's rape room where him and Dick Cheney got people off the street to torture them and kill them with no repercussions? Oh, wait, that was Saddam. Silly liberals. Last year, Irene Sandler, a woman that smuggled babies out of concentration camps, hid them in the walls of her house and did things like train her dogs to bark when German officials were snooping around so they wouldn't hear the babies crying, got nominated for the Nobel Peace Prize. She was eventually found out, captured, and tortured before she managed to escape without being executed. She lost the Nobel Peace Prize to one Al Gore for his slideshow hunting Man Bear Pig, which has been shown to be a complete lie and that scientists involved were made last year. Oh, like a historical reassessment, I assume is what they mean. I got very confused for a moment. I don't think the game should have any leaders that come into power post World War II. It just starts getting controversial and accusations of favoritism would get out of hand. Spain needs some more leaders. I would recommend Philip II. For new civilizations, I would recommend either Poland, Hungary, or Romania. We need some more Eastern European civs to play around with. Instead of Philip II for Spain, I would recommend Charles V, who with his Habsburg dynasty eventually was Archduke of Austria, Holy Roman Emperor, thus Lord of all of Germany and Italy, Prince of the Burgundian Netherlands, and King of Spain, thus effectively ruling all of Europe. Also for Hungary, I would like to see Austria-Hungary. Austria should most likely be added as it was one of Europe's great superpowers. For Poland, General Pilsudski would be a great choice. For England, I would love to see Oliver Cromwell and William II and III of Orange. Might also be applicable for the Netherlands as leaders. Assorted other emperors I would like to see. Japan, Emperor Meiji, Huns, Attila the Hun. Holy Roman Empire, Frederick Barbarossa and Otto II. Russia, Ivan the Terrible and Gorbachev. Italy, Garibaldi. France, Napoleon III, Gaul, Vercingetorix. The poll, the billionth about this subject, is the proof that no leader should be added. If everyone could pick a leader to be added, it would take a year to scroll the list to your favorite leader. Everybody has different opinions about certain people. I'll just say this, there aren't many people that can beat the leaders of this game on prestige. Don't come bore me with Hitler should get in this game again. Mao Zedong killed more innocent people and Genghis Khan conquered more land. Oh, I see. Obama, let's just hope the U.S. survives the coming 3 years and then we'll talk. Nobel Peace Prize, my ass. Others I don't even know, but I bet they won't beat Gandhi, Elizabeth, or Caesar on popularity. Now let the history class continue. Well, all right, if you say so. I agree. Also, Emperor Hirohito, Nobunaga, and Hideyoshi should be in this game. I have to second the Swedish on this one. The Vasa dynasty is quite impressive. Gustavus Adolphus, especially one of the most respected generals during the 30 Years' War. I'm also rather disappointed that the Byzantine Empire is so underrepresented. You'd think that Constantine would get a mention. Constantine is not from the Byzantine Empire, unless they're talking about Constantine V. If they're talking about Constantine I, that's a Roman emperor. Basil II did as much or more for the empire militarily than Justinian did. That's also not true. I also agree that Spain needs a new leader or two, but I don't know enough about Spanish history to say who. The problem with a lot of civs is that they tend to overlap. The great leaders of the Holy Roman Empire tend to be associated with France, Germany, Spain, Austria, or Italy, depending on which leader you're talking about. In point of fact, Charlemagne is only the Holy Roman Emperor by technicality. Yes, he was an emperor who was crowned in Rome, but the Holy Roman Empire didn't functionally exist until almost 150 years after his death. The first official Holy Roman Emperor was Otto I, crowned in 962. Charles died in 814. This is something people still argue about, by the way. Right here is if this is how you can smell someone who doesn't actually read history. Because the institution that we know of as the Holy Roman Empire does begin 150 years after Charlemagne, right? But you know, when I talk about how in the 800s, they had an empress on the Byzantine throne, and this is like the origins for this clash between the West and the East over the succession of the Roman Empire. Essentially, what happens is the Pope crowns Charlemagne emperor of all the Romans because there's a woman on the throne in the East. So they say, well, there's no man on the throne, so there's no emperor. So obviously we can just give it to Charlemagne. This is the thing. This is the thread that connects Charlemagne to the Holy Roman Empire that exists after. So understand, this is somebody that has not really analyzed this. These people who only have an understanding of a small part of history making broad claims bores me. Well, good news. I can expand on it. So I'm glad you're going to enjoy it. If you are picking Fox News pundits, I'd go with O'Reilly over Mrs. Quitter. Emperor Meiji for Japan would be great. He was the leader that turned Japan from a backwater, isolated nation to a world power in only a generation. Carthage could use Queen Dido, the legendary founder of Carthage. I wouldn't mind if they put Israel in the game. But that could cause all sorts of problems. Yeah. Personally, I think every civ should have at least 2 leaders to choose from. Japan should at least have Nobunaga as another leader as well. He was the guy who revolutionized warfare in Japan, as well as being the first of the 3 unifiers. I love the story of Nobunaga because literally, you know how in video games people are like, this is scrubby, you're not doing the chivalry code? Oh, Nobunaga is the guy that's like, I'll just do the scrub tactics and win then. It's literally like, everyone was like, oh, we do the old-fashioned war style here. And Nobunaga was like, please sell me guns. That'd make it pretty unappealing. Hey, here's a good way to rule out Obama, Bush, and gasp, Palin. Even though she isn't going to run. Tell me who the most recent leader in Civ 4 is. Think about it. Best I've got is Charles de Gaulle, who was president of France in 1969. Even then, he is portrayed in the game as he was during World War II and not the senior statesman of the 60s. Okay, so this answers my question. Oh. I guess not. This, if for no other reason, is why I can't really see the Civ designers putting in any leader for the last 15 to 20 games. In the grand scheme of history, the long-term impact of our modern leaders isn't visible, at least not to the extent worthy of inclusion in the game. Mao Zedong of China in 1976. I can't tell if this is about the Cultural Revolution or if they're talking about we have Mao from 1976 in the game. Bad details. Have a cookie. She quit because the mass amounts of investigation by Obama's brown shirts was costing tons of taxpayer money. This also ruins the joke where successing someone as historically insignificant as Obama, you open up the door for someone as equally historically insignificant as Palin, neither of which are on the level of a Lincoln, Gandhi, Genghis Khan, or Caesar when representing their respective country. Seeing Meiji suggested for Japan is also a wonderful idea to balance out Tokugawa, who was completely war-oriented. Yeah, they have the first and second Reich initiators. Why not the Third Reich? This is the last post, by the way. It always ends like this. It's like the full thread of people talking about this is why we don't like Hitler as a Civ character. And then the last post is just agreeing with the first one. And it gives me the energy as somebody just saw it. It was like, I just can't be asked, man. I can't believe they brought up Fate Stay Night in this topic from 2009. That's crazy. All right, you guys ready for some woke video games? You ready? Watch my vid first. Why so many Jalen's in the NBA?
Sleeping, it was 10. Why so many Jalen's in the NBA? I think it's way too many Jalen's in the NBA. Went to sleep and it was 10 Jalen's in the NBA. Woke up and now it's 30 Jalen's in the NBA. We got Jalen Smith on the Bulls and Jalen with a Y playing for the Timberwolves. Think it's a joke, but I'm actually earnest. Tell the truth, that ain't even really scratching the surface. Cause there's 607 players on the court playing. 16 teams got a player named Jalen. And it's really 2 Jalen's on 3 teams. That's gotta be like 50% of the league. In the crib trying to figure what it all really means.
Awesome.
I know they mama raised them like my son is my king. And I could probably recognize them all by facial. And I wouldn't be surprised if they was all biracial. Look, why so many Jalen's in the NBA? I think it's way too many Jalen's in the NBA. Went to sleep and it was 30 Jalen's in the NBA. Woke up and now it's 80 Jalen's in the NBA. We got Jalen Hood up on the Lakers.
Damn.
Wilson on the Nets. Jalen Smith is on the Pacers. Can't forget Jalen Duren is on the Pistons. Another Jalen out of Sacramento where the Kings is. Bridges, Harris, Williams on the Thunder. About to place bets on where the next one finna come from. My money on New York to Chicago. Cities with the most white baby mamas, far as I know. And the NFL is even more insane, dude. You ever seen Jalen Hurts and Speedy in the same room? Next draft, more Jalen's in a fold. And it's all thanks to the legendary Jalen Rose. But it's already way too many Jalen's in the NBA. Why so many Jalen's in the NBA? Went to sleep, 600 Jalen's in the NBA. Not a whole league is Jalen in the NBA.
That was beautiful. I like this a lot. You know, maybe we need to just do this. Maybe we need to like have. I think we need to meet each other halfway. And by that, I mean, let me show you what song I was listening to that will explain to you how I've been feeling. Let's meet halfway. You showed me your meme, I'll show you mine.
How do I start
I like this
an
song too.
F-16? The question's real. I stole an F-16. Flip the master, all the lights begin to feel. I stole an F-16.
I could fuck this song up,
Set
by the way.
the fuel pump, start the number 2. I stole an F-16. Engines whining as the turbines
we're
chew.
Jimmy
I
Wolven.
stole an F-16. Turn the RV.
The AI crust is so audible.
Right. I stole an F-16, horizon centered, the line set right. I stole an F-16. Oh, watch the gauges and the needles climb. I stole
I can fly an
F-16.
F-16 in
Wait
combat.
till
Maybe I will
20,
play
it
it.
will take its time. I stole an F-16. Throttle back down to idle mark. I stole an F-16. Jet breathes deep with a rumbling spark. I stole an F-16. Unlock the gate and push it free. I stole an F-16. The bird comes alive with a roar of glee. I stole an F-16. Roll out the RV, our power on bright. I stole an F-16. Horizon centered, the line set right. I stole an F-16.
It's a banger.
Bolivia, Bolivia, Baba, Bolivia, Bolena de Shemomaro, Papi, Baba, Bolivia, Bolivia, Papi, Baba, Bolivia, Bolena de Shemomaro.
It's a great little song. When I watch this, I'm thinking, I wonder if Guppy could do this. Boot this one up. This is hold on.
Look at the legs on that cat. He ordered a pizza. Is that Scrooge or Bigfoot?
That's it? It's just Velvet John reacts to Bigfoot pizza order. He just bought a pizza. Why are you making fun of him, you fucking sicko? The fuck is your problem? Leave Bigfoot alone. I heard Bigfoot sightings are on the rise. What if he was just very blurry, man? All right, let's play the game. Papa John sucks. Anyways, Domino mod when it comes to chain pizza. I like the brownies from Domino's. And that's about it. Played a woke game. I will. Right now. They say Bigfoot sightings are a sign of troubled times, like eclipses or comets. I almost said ellipses. I mean, maybe I should do one of those, the monster ranking thing again. Remember that? Is this Mark's Echo? Yes. I just remembered this game got banned in Australia. And I couldn't figure out why. This game is nuts. You're basically a black revolutionary, but you spray paints. I like that. She's definitely gonna flush this.
New Radius used to be alive, brimming with culture. That was the golden age. Word. I wish I was smart enough to
Game too
appreciate
quiet.
that then. But now, they're watching, looking at our every move.
How's this?
New Radius isn't very friendly to graph artists. If they catch you, it's a wrap. And if they don't, be ready to run. Forever and ever and ever and ever and ever. New Radius
This
isn't
is
very
Life
friendly to
Hunter
graph
Mom
artists.
Donnie.
Looking at our every
Yes.
move. That was the golden age. New Radius used to be alive, brimming with culture. Looking at our every move. Be ready to run. They're watching.
When you're under Sharia law, you always gotta be ready to run.
Sending this one out to my man Killer B. No doubt. Without weed.
New Radius. No, not now. Let's just do that. Is this the fabled woke game you were teasing? This game? Yes. Select game.
They never around when the beef cooks in my part of town. It's similar to Vietnam. Now we all grown up and old and beyond the cops' control. They better have the riot gear ready, trying to back me and back one double. I touch you and leave you with not much.
I mean, hold on.
My skin is thick, cause I'll be up in the mix of action. If I'm not at home, puffin' live, relaxing. New York got a nigga depressed, so I wear a slug proof underneath.
This is perfect.
God bless my soul. Before I put my foot down and begin to stroll into the drama I built, and all unfinished beats will soon be killed. Put us together. It's like
All right.
and if not, they scar so they will never forget me. Lord forgive me, the Hennessy got me not knowing how to act.
I'm going to grandma's. Set up my black book.
That I can't say, so it's left an untold fact. Until my death, my goal is to stay alive. Survival of the fit, only the strong survive.
I like this one. Wild style. Ooh. All right. I'm hoping it's quiet enough that it doesn't aggro it. Sometimes if sometimes if you have audio low enough, it just does not. Sometimes it's manageable.
how I end up in this mess. I just wanted to get up, get my name up.
What?
Grandma used to say, gray hair is God's graffiti. Now I know what she meant.
The PS2 Pro. Three months earlier.
To stop this nonsense about being a graffiti artist. All that scribbling isn't art. The streets are going to kill you like they kill your father if you stay on this track.
This game is so pretentious.
Holter
No,
and Crowley.
it's the opposite.
If you leave now, I don't want you coming back.
Feel the energy. Go to the light. Karen Light.
Good evening, New Radius. I'm Karen Light. A spokesperson for Mayor Miguel Sung announced today the mayor will focus his efforts to clean up the city's deteriorating urban condition with the enactment of his Revive, Rebuild, and Renew strategy.
They playing themselves with this protest shit. Granola eating hippies.
Andy Dick's in this game. I don't know if you guys saw. There's Andy Dick.
Serious about this curfew business. Things aren't gonna be the same around here anymore.
Wait. Let's just see what's going on.
Yo, that's sick like the flu.
Whoa. Wait. 906, he knew. Dude, I jump hella high. Pray.
Toy ass biatch. This is Vandals of New Radius turf.
Ow. Climbing the plumbing to leave my NYC apartment, yes. Okay, hold R1.
Whose wall is this?
My wall. Yeah, just keep putting my name over it. Hold on, this is awesome. These soda cans will restore your health.
This right here, I can use this right here.
Hell yeah.
Yo, jump his ass. Yo, son, you want to battle? Let's battle.
Okay. You trying to see me like that?
His friend is fleeing from...
My fist in your face.
Walk over the railing? Where is it? Oh. Alright. Look out, he's gonna attack. No. Got him.
You ain't nothing but...
Good ass Tekken, yeah. He's ready to block.
Alright, that's how you want it.
Do a hell sweep. Hold on.
Run fast, bitch.
Come on, do the thing.
Tag, you're it. can't see me.
Curfew begins in 5 minutes, and you will be ticketed. You must return to your homes now.
CCK's bugging tonight.
Okay. Dodge. Dodge the light.
Move along, people. Walk away before we start ticketing.
Yeah, I'm too fast. Maybe. Alright, keep going.
Keep moving, citizens.
I remember so many moons ago when all Sham No Wow and Best Friends played this. I didn't even know that was... I didn't even know anyone has played this game before. No. I think X Play reviewed it. God damn. Make your way down to the alley.
I'm tired of coming home with this shit. We'll clean this shit up. I will clean this motherfucking house. I'm tired of telling you this stuff. Hey, woman, do you come back here, woman? Hey, come here. Let me tell you one thing. What? Like, I'm tired of that. Well, tell him to quit looking at you. Look, if he look at you one more time, like, I'm telling you, you ain't gonna tell me nothing.
I got an iPod song.
Oh, we supposed to love each other? I thought that's what we was here for. Well, okay, well, yeah, I tell you what, you call the doctor, because I ain't going to no doctor tonight. I ain't going. I'm tired. I'm tired of talking to you about it, and I'm going. And put them damn kids up, and shut that damn dog up.
Hold on. I'm struggling to control this right now. The camera. Okay, I need you to jump, champ. No, not like that. Dude. I need you to jump. Good enough.
Yo, what's good, dog? You want some of this?
Why would you run away if someone just did a jump like that?
Get this fucker off me.
Hey,
Excuse me.
sorry.
Watch where you're going.
Alright. This is where I came from.
I'm telling you, brother, Mars Diner has the best burger.
Give me
in
a soda.
town. Oh my God.
No soda.
Oh, yeah. Out in the street, where the news cameras could see you, the CCK play by the rules. But in the back alleys, they'll beat you down.
Can you look at the street art real quick? I will. Fuck the CCK. Tag this van with 8 tags right under their noses to earn rep. 906, he knew. Alright. Let me creep around. Oops.
Time for a little aggressive public relations.
My
Alright.
bad.
Stop doing that. Can you spray?
Come on, man. I'm not that tough, right?
Yeah, keep putting your name.
Not here.
Oh, okay.
Nope.
I'm just like Massive Attack. What did she mean by that?
That's how to get up.
Massive Attack's Massive Attack what's his name? 3D? That guy used to be a graffiti artist. That was the inspiration for Banksy. I need the bolt cutters.
This might be useful.
Nice.
You can't hide, punk.
Dodges. Dodges.
Oh shit. Patty. Whew, that was close.
Woot.
Yo, what are you doing, Toy?
Everyone just walking on
Toy
pipes.
ass biatch. This is Vandals of New Radius. Let's get the hell out of here.
Yeah, same old shit.
Hold on. Grab him. He's trying to break free. Shake the left analog stick and quickly tap triangle and okay. I'm doing it. Do it. Yeah, get him. Beat his ass. Come on. Yeah. All right, hold on.
Right then.
What?
Let me give you a hand there.
Okay, this is an insult move. Keep holding square to build your blue power bar. Release to slap him. Streamer loves the police. No, I hate the police.
It's on now.
I've never liked the police. Come on. I am trying to get some Armor King shit going on here. I'm not really familiar with their songs. I don't think anybody knows any of their songs besides Don't Stand So Close to Me.
Time for you to get a van on beating, son.
No, the police. Oh yeah, message in a bottle. That's true. That's true. Message in a bottle. That's a relic. Hold on, I need to do the insult move.
Yes, Jack. You're cool. Now that's what's up.
Remember when you were telling us the other day about how they serve a vital service in this community? I think I was offering some light. I think I was offering some light criticism of a few bad apples. And you were like, well, don't come crying to me when you get robbed and you just call someone. I've never said that. I don't like the police. I think that I don't know. I'm going to say something kind of crazy. Maybe the police force needs some reform. And by that I mean it needs a lot of reform. Hold on, let me... No, I should have looked at the unlock list. I just keep spraying my name everywhere. Reformist. Yeah, I'm a revisionist. I'm a fake
Wow, the legendary pool yard.
I'm a revisionist.
If you got up here, you've arrived. Everyone raised up here from the beginning. From Cope 2 to Delta to Tats Crew to T-Kid to Mode 2. What? I learned a lot that day. A lot.
You gotta be kidding me. Look at Tweedledee and Tweedle fat like a motherfucker.
Yeah, you wanna try calling me fat ass to my face?
Oh, I'm feeling it. Give me some aerosol.
Oh, you think that's funny? Well, I'm from a place called Fresh Off a Nigga's Ass. And you making me homesick.
Relax.
Oh, wake up. We ain't through. Oh.
Okay. Let's get White Mike.
Bring it, bitch.
They're locked on Touch Pep. Alright. Give me the bat.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Beating the shit out of him.
Yeah, how's that sit with
Ooh.
Look at him, fool. Look at him move. Look at him move.
Get his ass. Woo!
Back down, money.
Get his ass. Hold on, give me something new to pick up. Yeah!
Take this and that.
Come on.
Stop beating up Fat Shady.
Who's a toy now? What? Think
What?
you tough?
Get out. Thank you. Orange X's are for primary objectives. Taking over a rival's piece is called a go-over. Alright. Aerosol and other freeform pieces are now available. Go over White Mike's graffiti. Okay. Yeah. Word. Oh yeah, I can change this, huh?
Gotta be more careful.
Oopsies. Graffiti pieces score rep, which earns rep unlocks. The more rep X's you fill in, the more rep you will score. Exit through streaks are for secondary objectives. Goes tag the piece to continue the tutorial. Alright. Give me soda. Soda! Okay. I'm doing that. Let's go. I'm ready. No, don't do that.
Not here.
Alright. Move over. Come on, get that. I'm OCD. So why was this game banned in Australia? I thought you had to make a game like Manhunt to get things banned as a video game. What? Is it not done? There we go. Quick work. No drip. Wait X to show freeform challenges. Thought this challenger crawl through the fence to explore the pool yard. Inciting vandalism. Of course. No drip, parentheses positive. Bomb this wall with 10 aerosol tags. Okay. I know. I was thinking, there's just a wall with all this one name on it over and over and over again. I would just be thinking, what kind of asshole does this?
Now that I have more colors, I could get up some throwies on those walls.
All right. I'm ready. Okay.
My bad.
Here, I got something new. I don't know what this says. TRN. Hold on, let me make it big. It is just my name again. Hold on, let's get the remix going here. Yeah. All right. How about a new way to do my name? Yeah. Okay, now we're really cooking. Hey, thanks for the 39 months, Enon. I really appreciate it. Hope you're doing good. Thank you very much.
Don't rush. Make it look good.
Yeah, don't rush. This is why you don't want drip. Don't rush. I'm better than this. All right. Come on, a little more.
Okay.
Shit, I'm running out of time. Come on. Yeah.
Not that tough, right?
I did get drip. I did get a negative drip on that one.
I want check this one out.
What? Have you ever graffitied something IRL?
Last dance, money.
In your hooligan days? I don't think I have. Not because
This right here, I can use this.
I find it disinteresting, but I think I didn't have the. I don't think I have the creative energy, or I had the creative energy, you know. Streamer, have you ever committed a felony? I don't know, probably. I don't remember. All right. Don't rush. Have you ever collaborated with extremist political elements in order to subvert public order? Also, I'm not a federal agent. I don't know. I wore an Antifa shirt at Evo.
Slow down, train.
Slow down. Yeah, I was thinking that. Like, if association with Antifa goes like a long way for it.
Punking a rival crew member for their paint is one sure way to make a name for yourself. It was time to get introduced to the Vanner.
That is like against the law now, isn't it? Like, how dare you be an Antifa super soldier? That's true. I do espouse non-traditional gender ideology. That is
Just
true.
lay down, punk.
It's funny, conservatives really just hallucinating an organization called Antifa. Yeah, I mean, they're probably still feeling the burns from the 1920s, you know? They're probably like, why are we letting that KPD still do their shit like this? This is unacceptable. I mean, that is literally how they think, though.
What was that?
Except the KPD is just the Democratic Party.
Good dog. You want some of this?
What now, son?
All right. Got to turn on my intuition when I enter a new area. They called some random dude the leader who just lets the protesters use his bathroom. I gotta get this. Fuck the CCK.
Not here.
Yeah, I like this one.
My bad.
Wait, I can't do it on this. I just can't do it here. Antifa started, as an idea, started cropping up in 2016. As an idea, Antifa's from the Weimar Republic. But like in mainstream media, it is absolutely like in the the 1920s is when they really like kind of get an identity, right? Mainstream media, it is definitely like around that time of pardon me. Mainstream media, I think it starts to really pop up after that, what is it, Unite the Right? I think that's where it comes from. Like counter protesters that Unite the Right.
Damn it. Too fast.
Too fast? Right, slow and steady. There was a protest where someone ran over a protester. Yes, Unite the Right. It was like it was kind of like the right wing's first attempt at trying to unify in the modern day from the internet. And everyone was like grossed out by it, basically. Which is why a lot of the Nazis that went there they've evaporated from public consciousness. But I think, like, if I remember correctly, I'm not 100% certain about this, but I vaguely remember it being this way. I remember they had a what is it called? When that counter protester first got killed, they I think tried to blame it on Antifa, basically, for instigating shit or something along those lines. And I feel like that's when it begins to get identified as a public, like, negative group identity, which is interesting considering, like, the person that got killed was, like, basically, you know, there because they did not like fascists, basically. So essentially they're saying Antifa caused it by Antifa being there. So, I mean, it's not even worth really analyzing, but I just remember that's when it really becomes like a conversational piece, I guess. It was funny, read not funny, because it was another entry in an endless log of conservative projection, because leftists using their cars as weapons was and is something they're constantly claiming. Yeah, it literally does become the very fine people quote. So, I mean,
nope.
That's what I said.
That would be a good place for a tag.
Oh, can I tag it now? Oh, I can. Hold on, why can't I can't change it? I have to spray paint over fuck the police with...
Oh, damn, my bad, G-A-B-E?
What?
I hate drinks.
Yo, Gabe, that's him. That's that punk that's writing Train.
That's Train.
Gabe, number 33, leader of the Vandals of New Radius. Gabe's crew pretty much held down the entire Lower East Side. A ratty bunch of trust fund kids, rebelling against how good they had it. You could always spot them, cobalt, blue, and orange. They worship the New Radius Stunners, specifically their idol, number 33 center, Van Vandal Dallas.
Okay. You trying to go over my piece, huh? Suppose that makes you a legend. Are you bugging trying to write here? You know what this is, son, right? It's a vamp. Drop your shit. I want your paint, your black book. Give it up now. Take your shit, fellas. You're fucking dead.
Let go of my black book.
Stop it! You guys are such assholes!
This nigga stepped on my chicks.
Hey, Gabe. You
No
gonna let him
one-
serve you like that?
Why, dude?
Next time, you need to study hard.
What is
before you
it? When
come
did
to
this
the
game
home
come out?
of the masters.
2006. I would have shouted World Star on the background. I would have done it.
This is real street bombing.
You've never seen someone get jumped? No, I'm just saying I would be shouting World Star in the distance. Surely they won't be impressed by the contents of his black book and recruit them to their gang. I've only written about my name and that's it. It's just a book full of someone's name. I would love that if that happens.
I got a hunch this game ain't for you. The Vandals rule this place. If I were you, I'd stay away from the abandoned art school. Sorry about your bag money. Here's a can of paint to hold you down.
Oh, fuck. I can't believe they crossed my ass out. You don't have to go to school to get school. When you get vamped, they don't just take your paint, they take your pride. I wasn't going out like that, though. I may have been crossed out, but I was ready to flip the whole thing on them.
Cool. He wants them to flip the chessboard. Unlocked. Beat down Arena 2. Hold on, let me check my unlocks. Oh, I'm too poor. Oh shit. I got nothing. It really is just train, I know. It's locked. I can't get rid of my name. God damn it. All I have is my fucking name. Fucking The Wire again, man. My name is my name. The way this game composes their cutscenes is 10 more interesting than stuff being done today. It is.
Civil unrest at 24th and
I
Main.
mean,
According to
I
the
always,
spokesman,
even if
the
they do
CCK
some like
raided a group of
corny
armed street thugs
angling
attempting to
shit,
steal
like
expensive satellite
just the
dishes.
fact they're
No officers
doing
were hurt, and
stuff
several arrests were made.
invokes more of a reaction out of me than the average shit today. Because I don't know, things can be cool and silly at the same time a little bit. I feel like we
you carry
lost
Montana
that.
paint here, right? Come on, hook a brother up.
You riders are all the same. Free paint, right? You haven't had enough yet. Don't matter that you just got your ass beat.
Nah, I'm good. I'm too slick to let your boys keep me down.
Slick. I'll be the judge of that.
That was Gabe's girl, Tina. I didn't know that at the time. Otherwise, I might have thought twice about wanting to hit it. So who's that?
You are a toy, aren't you? That's a living legend. Duh, that's Futura.
Oh, word? Yo, Futura. Hey, would you tag my book, man? I mean, I write Train. T-R-A-N-E,
Hey,
Train.
what's up? Looks like I'm the first one in here besides yourself. Listen, let me give you some tips on filling this book up. To be written in history, you have to know your history and always respect the legend. When you see a legend,
You guys
piece on
hear
the
that?
street, underground, wherever, take a flick of it and keep it in your black book. This
You
is your
better
Bible.
you better be thinking
If
about
you're
this.
lucky, collect their tags and maybe you can learn something.
Sounds like a cameo.
Thanks, Fuge.
You can call me Lenny, man. All right, stay up, Train.
Security. These clowns couldn't cut it as CCK officers. Weak sauce.
Weak sauce. Avoid being seen by security cameras. Oh, I see. They're avoiding the security cameras. I can't really see the security cameras, though. What is this?
Can't be out yet. I got more spots to hit.
You can knock enemies out by hitting them from behind with your spray paint can. Damn. Okay. What? He turned around. Are you fucking for real?
Like that?
Come on, grab him.
You can't compare, son.
Get his ass. Throw him in the way. Throw him in the way. Throw him in the way. Just kidding. Just kidding. I wouldn't do that. Hold on. I need to get my. Let me get this iPod Nano song, man. All right. Nice. If pedestrians see you doing graffiti, they may call the cops. Let them call. Imagine calling the cops on someone doing graffiti. It's real. They do that.
Come back
No
here.
drips, woman. No drips. No drips. What?
Come back here.
Oh shit! It's the end of the map. God damn it.
Take you on.
Oh, it's the end of the road again. Where's the next one? They'll get tired. They're not good at running for too long.
Can't be out yet. I got more spots to hit.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Hold on. Dodge.
Wake up. The beating
Oh
security
shit,
cameras
I see
to
it.
know where they're looking. My bad.
Okay, this is awesome.
Hands on your head.
What the fuck are they throwing at me, man? No need to go that way. There are cops chasing me. Juke 'em.
Damn. Where did he go? Oh man, I knew I picked the wrong gig.
Did they leave? What? They were just standing there. All right, fuck
Time
you.
to meet my flashlight, bitch.
Uh-oh, I gotta go. I just beat up a cop on camera. Oops. I'm trying. I'm just trying to avoid these police officers.
This is taking up my donut break. Well, since you already smell
Okay.
like piss, it don't really matter if I piss on you too, right? Flashlight. You know, the one that says bad motherfucker on it, and I pop him one. This flashlight never lets me down.
Get down!
Come on, get him.
I did it.
Get him. No, it's okay. These are the.
Man, this is taking up my donut break.
I got it.
Why you even bother stepping up?
Oh shit. Throw him, throw him, throw him.
Ha, you see me now?
Thank God. All right. We're fine. All right, get it. Do it now, quick. Get it quick. No drip, no drip. Don't will drips into the world. I'm not dripping. No drip. Yeah.
Here we go now.
Okay, I got it. She has no drip and is proud. Yeah, because I'm different. I gotta go. She's not like the other girls. I'm not. Alright, nice. Is it gonna mysteriously open? Make your way into the schoolyard and take out the VANR in the basketball court. Sing close and hold circle. What? Grab this shit. Applied something, champ. Okay. Alright, checkpoint reached. Find more graph spots. I can do that. Use the Prince of Persia vision. Yeah, I need to remember to do that. No, don't go up the stairs and then hide. Okay. Weapons can be thrown at enemies. Pick up this basketball. I will. Pressing. No, grab that shit.
This right here, I can use
Okay.
this right here.
He didn't even turn around.
Tag, you're it. You can't see me.
Oh, he's mad now. He didn't even turn around. He swung without even looking. I love that. Balls. I'm really just posting balls. I think Train, I'm gonna be honest, I think Train could do better. I do. Have you seen how he writes his
I needed a
name?
new place to call home. The abandoned art school would be my new crib. Now how am I supposed to get up there?
Find a way into the school. Okay. The hairs take time.
Nope.
It doesn't make a bit of difference, guys.
Come on, man. I'm not that
Shit.
tough, right? Fall back. My bad.
Wait, was he writing my name? I thought he was writing my name for a moment. I thought he was writing Train. Maybe I've started a momentum. I've started a movement about doing other people's names. What, does he creep around like the Grinch? I don't know. The game just started, but maybe he's mean. Maybe he's a mean one. No drips. Hold on, let's get a big one. You're a mean one, Mr. Tang. Mark Echo the Dolphin. You know, I'm not gonna lie. This game is kind of sick. I'm sure I'll like it more when I can write more than just my name, too. Alright. Can I climb up here? This game makes me feel like the Hood, G4. Wait, really? Is that a real quote? No way. I don't know, but the reviews in stream chat. No, there's no way. I don't believe that. Oh my god, I was so distressed by the racism. I got some drip. Oh my god.
Slow down, Train.
Slow down. Come on, get that shit. God damn it. I'm the goddamn Hold on. Aha! Heaven spots. I can do this. All right. Yeah. All right. No drips. I know. I didn't have any drips. Fall down. Do I have to crouch? Is that it? Pellet of toys. I love that. All right, I have a new home. How cool would it have been if he just fell on a bed? This guy's just Spider-Man? Yeah, of course. I'm not gonna lie. This game's kind of got me hooked. I really like the feel of this game. Hold on, let's watch the review. I want to watch the review, and then we'll play more tomorrow. See, I told you we got an hour. No, you're supposed to play my hog game. What? I got games to play, not politics to read. She needs to get her opinion. Yeah, exactly. I do need to get my opinion. Oh, the Shield. Maybe I will play the Shield. I guess that is an option. That does look like a chud game. Maybe we can play a bit of both. I've never seen the show.
Tagging is an integral part of street culture.
There's no better way of expressing your distaste with the vandalized, crumbling inner city than vandalizing it.
And making it crumble more.
Mark Echo, purveyor of rhinoceros-based casual wear, has released a new game about tagging.
Here's a review of Mark Echo's Getting Up. Trains are really the only thing that easily move within cities. Trains have one goal, to get where they're going. Mark Echo's Getting Up, Contents Under Pressure, serves your hungry digits with a new kind of hero. Meet your man, Coltrane Crowley, a.k.a. Train, the up-and-coming king of painting on walls. Train begins his gaming life as a toy, an insignificant tagger with little style and absolutely no idea about free street-level marketing. He doesn't even know that if you combine cryptic visual elements, upper middle class people will then think there's a movement that they can be involved in if they buy the...
What do you... How far in is this? We have 3 more minutes.
Clothes. Here's all the tools you'll need. Poor Train. There's no escape from the man, is there? We get the hint. Getting Up follows Mr. Train's rise through the ranks of drips. Your goal is to clothe every naked wall in your name. The cities, the mother that raised him, every hiss of his spray can, another kiss. The city of New Radius is a dystopic hodgepodge of Hong Kong and New York. It's natural that it's populated with faceless fascists and typically diabolic...
I want to remind you, this is like, this is before even the lease has run out, right? This is the before the like the lease on Hong Kong has passed back, right? That's like mid 2010s or like 2010, right? Like I'm even more confused. What's up, Stradomus?
Men in charge of Buzzkill.
I want this disease eradicated.
Since there's really only 2 elements to the game, we will now go over them. You will fight, and you will paint things.
Fight, paint, fight, paint.
As far as fighting goes, Old Train's got some nice moves within the ballet of brutality. He finishes well, and can pick up an array of trash for weapons. The soundtrack is supplied by Brit Studio Wiz RJD2, who covers the cold bricks of New Radius with an inspiring audio dreer. The sheer amount of ways to tag really dimensionalizes the title. With an array of obstacles, you'll soon appreciate the challenge as you first place an outline of the tag and then proceed to fill it in. Paint. Right. Each time you meet a new legend, he'll drop his collected sense of cool into a personal cerebral storage unit, a feature known as your little black book. This is where you chart your legacy, tags, and skills. With each victory, your cred soars. You'll eventually eclipse all other urbanware marketeers to be king of the sweatshop clothing vendors. Fights are fun, though at times frustrating, as tight spots often fail to yield any sense of fluidity that would help to gain the upper hand against multiple enemies. With unique approaches to tagging, there's a desire to really bring you into an appreciation of this typically urban form of communication. An interesting take on gaming that we'd like to see mature beyond this initial release. We give it a 4 out of.
I have never heard him give a rating this high before. He said this typically urban game, I'd like it to develop a little more. 4 out of 5.
5.
Paint, fight, paint.
You know, my favorite part of getting up is like the blue status bar with the lightning bolt.
Yes, it shows how much energy you have to pull off the special moves.
Yes, but to speak plainly, it's a mana bar. It's an urban mana bar.
If only you could use it to cast bagel bolts.
And enchant your hipster blazer armor to improve your aloofness.
Or you could use your urban mana to answer viewer mail. Today's letter comes from Tom. He writes, Dear Adam and Morgan, I am your biggest fan. Do you guys think that Xenosaga Episode 3 will be the best Xenosaga on the PS2? I've seen trailers of various cutscenes and gameplay footage, and I went, wow! P.S. How can I become an intern?
Thanks, Tom. We're really glad you like the show.
We're not sure if Xenosaga 3 will be the best Xenosaga game.
But we are certain that being the best Xenosaga game is kind of like being the best case of gonorrhea you've ever had.
Or the best time your mother told you she said she ever had you.
And while you can talk to your college internship advisor about the possibility of interning for G4,
you should know the main criteria we look for in an intern is not liking Xenosaga.
yes, we also look for good grammar.
Yes, now the point is, maybe we should get him and have him play Xenosaga. That way, you know,
We
he'll be
don't
done
have
in a
to.
year.
And we don't have to play it.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry for white people, man. This shit's gotta stop. This shit's gotta stop somewhere, man. This is getting out of hand. We've let these things happen too much. Why is it always like this? Why is there no why is there no positive review? It's always like this smarmy shit. I hate it. G4 is fueled by Pearl Harbor and paid sponsorships. That explains a lot, honestly. Whew. Well, thanks a lot for hanging out. I had a nice time today. You know, just gonna send in a formal apology for white people before we head out here. That's per usual. I'm gonna send you guys over. But maybe not packing up people like that Xenosaga fan is how we got to this moment. Maybe. All right, I'm gonna send you guys over to the. I do believe in a little bit of shaming. I do. I'm a believer. I'm gonna send you guys over to the chickens. I'll be back again tomorrow, same time as always. Thanks a lot for hanging out. Thank you so much for all the subs and follows. Remember to take your meds. Go watch some chickens. Take care of yourself. I'll see you guys again tomorrow, same time as always, for some more video gaming. Thanks a lot for hanging out. I'll see you guys tomorrow.